stay on it the whole time. What? She needs a big one. She needs a big one. Because if we switch the current board, no, you need what this one. See? This is one you need. It's got to stay little. Okay. What are you doing? Okay. So right here is the animal ID. This is a gene. So you'll need to, when they come in, you'll need to find this stuff. Now someone put gilt in it. That's good. I could care less about it. This is barrow. Yes. It'll be awfully cool. That will be on Wednesday. They said the changes to it. So you need to find, then over here, you'll write down what day. So one, two. When you find that plug number, then you write down what it's gilt. Right. Yep. They usually don't go in order. They usually don't go in order. They won't go in the order that they're listed. So. What's that? Well, you'll be in here. Yeah. Yeah. You gonna be the mic guy? Okay, and who's doing the fish and hook? Great, what? Okay. You got some big shoes, sister. And then
I think we're supposed to
that will
use
be
these
nice
new
and
ones.
how you doing?
I should have been. Yeah.
Okay, how many board people we got? Okay, you got the gates, you got this, you, and you know what you're doing, and they'll get you a clipboard eventually. Yeah, because they'll start pinning up there. I would say just lean over there, and then don't stay out of her way, because you'll be able to run out of here. Kind of be on this side, so you're behind her on the first one, and then after that you'll be on this side, getting there, and then you'll start working your way up. What did you do? wants the worst letting these things in the ring?
Letting them in the ring.
No. Yeah. So okay. We got to work together now. You can't be arguing the whole thing. So like the top two are going to be purple, and so those we need to find out what the top two are, and then the rest will be blue, and then it'll be up to him whether he wants to want to rip them up. But yeah, because those will be purple. Matt, we don't know which one he sent. So and then you can place them with the blue ones. And then if anything other than blue,
Hey, today's Kenz's birthday.
it probably is different than this. Right. Because there's two we have probably roughly two purples and one black. And who are our ribbon cutters? Okay, so you're going to keep them one side? I only got yellow ribbon. Is it roast? Or don't use that hand? Well, we'll see how it goes. Well, if you see who I mean? Okay, here's the job. What time is it? Oh, let's go. Let's go. Okay, just watch the judge. You know how to do it.
First call,
Well, you pick one.
single source, class 1. First call, single source, class 1.
And if you need waters or anything, just holler at the. They got a bunch of water. What's that?
We'll be starting in just a bit. We just made a first call for our first class of single source. So as soon as those are up here to the ring, we'll get started with our swine show.
It's not working? Oh, is it the Duroc? because they talked to Becker, that one gal, and she talked to Becker, and I said that's fine. Something about a duro.
Yeah, the Duroc was fine. This is the other one.
Oh, okay,
I
okay,
think.
okay, okay. Perfect. He's gonna start in the bottom up. So
Can you take his hat off, please? Can you take his hat off, please?
Is this working? Good morning, everyone. We're starting out the swine class with the single source. Class 1. Matt Rose Mosier will be our judge this morning. He's been working for Extension. He took over for Tom Miller about a year and a half ago. And he will be doing the single source and production this morning. And at the end of these classes, we will have a showmanship class, and where he will select the showman. Today, on the first 3 classes, we will be keeping back the purples, and this single source class pays on the top 5 placings. So we will, at the end of this, the single sources, 3rd class, we'll be putting them in order, 1 through 5. And so, thanks for coming out this morning.
Oh my God.
should be one more, yeah. Okay. One more. I didn't know who that was. That's funny. That's funny.
What else do you help with, Bruce?
Boy, those ones are pretty good, don't they? I mean, depends on how these. Yeah, that would be good. Does anybody know how to turn the lights on? Hey, that's good.
single source class. The reason why we call it single source is because these pigs all came from the same producer, which is Dean Searn, and they're weighed in, I believe, sometime in March, and then we weigh them and scan them on Monday, and so these kids are taking these hogs and feeding them hard and see how fast they grow. If you'll notice on their shoulders, that'll be the rate of gain, and so that helps the judge out to determine, you know, on his placings too. You also know the zeros on the back. Those are pigs designated to go to on the semi to Heinhold on Friday morning. So let's give these exhibitors a hand this morning, out here early in the morning, getting these pigs ready to go and all the work and effort they've done. And we want to thank Matt for coming here this morning and working classing these hogs. So thanks, Matt.
I gotta get my eye adjusted. It's not on. Turn it on. I'll wait till I get this one up. Good to go?
All right, well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be asked back for a second year in a row to sort the single source and the production show here this morning. And I think a really powerful class we get into as we start off here. I think anytime when you get into the first class and your floor average daily gain is 2.2, I think we know we're off for a pretty good show with some hogs that obviously performed and grew very well throughout the summer. We're going to start off with the young man on the far side of the ring. I guess in comparison to the remainder of the class, this is the one that I think probably, not only is he the class leader for average daily gain, but I think when you get on top of this barrel, he studies with the most spread. I imagine when that carcass goes to hang, he'll probably still cut and rib with the largest eye there. One that's still, for having that added frame side, still reads relatively lean in comparison to some others out here. I think a really nice one to go ahead and start off with. Young man that drives in second. I think this one probably has the lean advantage over the remainder in the class. You study this guy down his top, he's got as much a shape and an expression there from blade to hip. I think also being one of the heavier, or one of the better gaining barrows in this class, nice one to go ahead and land in too.
And there's no like purple, blue, or purple, or nothing.
Told the young man that comes out in third, really just a big frame, growthy kind of a barrel. In comparison to the ones above him, I didn't see just as much muscle definition. One that's probably, for as big framed he is pushing as much extra cover and condition over him. Just want to lean that one up just a bit to make him a notch more competitive. Young man comes out here. Again, one that breathes really good at the top side of his skeleton. When you get in behind this one, he doesn't study with as much as turn and expression through that ham and stifle. One that maybe gives up a 1/10 on average daily gain. Not that that's a huge amount, but I think you couple that with him being a little bit lighter muscle hog is where he wound up in fourth there. Young lady that rounds out the class, one that gives up a little extra from an average daily gain perspective, but with respect to that, she still got a barrow that did it 2.2, I believe, so really a fast-growing kind of a hog. To me, this one reads the smallest stature, didn't see just as much added frame size. As such, reads a little bit narrow in overall makeup, doesn't have as much as total product as some others, but a good class. Let's go and put our hands together for those kids.
Are you
Results from Class 1 single source. First place in a purple to Blake Peck. Second place in a purple to Brennan McGuire. Third place in a blue to Cale Miller. Fourth place in a blue to Nicholas Peck. And fifth place in a blue, Haley Heistoffer. If you're following along in your program, top to bottom, that's 5, 4, 2, 3, 1. 5, 4, 2, 3, and 1.
Currently in the ring, we do have a special individual. We have Miss Kinsey Miller, who I have been told it's her birthday today. So let's give her a round of applause for her birthday today.
That's funny. Were they? Good for that, 'cause I can't, they all look the same. I don't need to go any further than here.
A quick announcement. Today you'll see some exhibitors in the ring wearing gray polos, and those signify our senior 4-H members. Those polos are sponsored by Whithoff Farm Supply. So we'll announce them when they're in the ring, but just so you know what the gray polos mean, they are 2021 graduates. So we'll announce them as they come in.
the days early. He's really young right now.
Another really competitive class here for the single source, and I think two exceptional gainers out here. I think, you know, with respect to the rest of the class, when these ones are doing 2, 3, 4, 5 tenths better than some others, I think you have to acknowledge how well these pigs have performed on feed. With regards to that, there's only about a tenth difference between these two, so I guess I just kind of set that aside and kind of look at what we've got out here from a phenotype standpoint. The young lady is the one that I prefer of the pair. To me, when you get on top of that one, I see just a notch more width when you study that one across from blade to hip. I think you get in behind that one, maybe just a shot more muscle when you study up through its hip and down through its stifle. To me, this one reads just a little bit trimmer into that bottom line in comparison to the 1 and 2. Young man definitely sets the standard from an average daily gain standpoint. One that I really prefer the length of carcass on this one. Maybe just it gets a little bit staler. Doesn't probably just come as much, with as much just overall expansion there right behind its blade. I didn't see just the overall muscle when you get in behind that one in comparison to the one that wins the class, but a really exceptional pair up top. Good job to those kids. A really lean, high cutability carcass hog comes out next. Told the young lady actually probably prefer her from a leanness perspective as good as any in this class. To me, when you're giving up a half a pound of average daily gain, it makes it pretty hard to justify just those days on feed and productivity that you give up, but a really nice, good, lean kind of a carcass hog to wind up in 3. Similar things can be said for the young man there. Maybe just gives up a little bit from an average daily gain standpoint. To me, in comparison to the one immediately above it, didn't see probably just the leanness and the shape in comparison, but a really good long-bodied kind of a hog. Really like the carcass length and what that one's got maybe from a product perspective. And then a really productive kind of a barrow comes out next. One that I think in comparison to some others gets a little bit shorter body. Didn't see just probably the carcass length in this one. One that's probably just getting a little extra over condition in comparison to some others, but a nice class. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for those exhibitors.
We still need one more.
Results from Class 2 single source commercial swine. First place in a purple to Kenzie Miller. Second place in a purple to Blake Peck. Third place in a blue to Haley Heistoffer. Fourth place in a blue to Brendan McGuire. And fifth place in a blue to Nicholas Peck. If you're following in your program, from top to bottom, that's 3, 5, 4, 1, 2. Another announcement this morning. Around the show ring, you will find coolers. And in those coolers is free water available for anyone, and that is sponsored by Zoetis. So please take advantage of that, as well as thank Zoetis for that support.
barrows and gilts. I'll just leave purple ribbons out there, say a few things, and then we'll place them.
Okay,
That's how
okay, okay,
We'll just
that's fine.
place them through here. Another really good trio here for the single source, and I think two that surface in my mind for just from how they performed on test. I think the one that from a phenotype standpoint that I prefer is the young man driving here along the fence. I think in comparison to the one in second, a little bit longer bodied hog. I think for one that's up to this weight, one that still reads tremendously lean. I think you studied that one's just muscle shape and what that one's got from behind, from the shape through its ham and down through its stifle. I think a really good one to go ahead and lead off with. Young man that drives the 1 and 2, one that I believe is probably, I think is the class leader here from an average daily gain standpoint. In comparison to the other one, I don't see that one just being as trim of a hog, maybe one that's going to have a little extra trim loss when it goes to hang. I think also comparatively, I won't discount the young man's pick too much. Obviously, it's already made it up to a heavyweight, but probably just want to redesign that one how it wants to get out and move out here. Maybe just not the most comfortable animal for today's show here, but a nice one to go ahead and land into. Really big framed, late maturing kind of a hog that comes out of 3. Actually prefer the leanness and composition for this one compared to the 1 and 2. One's just given up a little bit from an average daily gain perspective. Also, I think there's a pretty stark difference just in overall muscle volume and just skeletal width in the 1 and 3 comparison to the ones up top. But a really high quality trio. It's going to put our hands together for those kids.
Then for the championship drive of the single source, we're only going to allow the first place in each of the 3 classes to come out first, and we will then let the second place them out, and we're going to place them, and we're going to start with pin 1 and put them 1 through 5, and that's what we're going to do now. Once we get the last one out.
Results from single source class 3. First place in receiving a purple, Colin Miller. Second place in a purple, Brennan McGuire. And third place in a blue to Haley Heistoffer. If you're following in your program from top to bottom, that is 3, 1, 2. The single source champion we are selecting right now will receive a trophy that is sponsored by Wellman Produce, and the reserve champion will receive a trophy sponsored by JWV Port.
You're going where?
The cash prizes for the top 5 are sponsored by Ebert Painting, Washington County Pork Producers, Don Lewis Family, and Farm Bureau Financial Services.
Set of class winners out here, and I think ones that represent what really what a really high quality group of finishing pigs could really look like. I think any one of these would be if you could have it in.
No, we're all done with the class. We're picking our top 5 runners.
Okay.
Yeah, I can say that. That's okay. Okay. Let's just do it then. We'll do it different next year. It'll be all right. We'll figure it out.
Okay, as we get in here, we've got some ones out here that represent their respective classes, and I think within the single source portion, we'll go ahead and we'll pick out and divvy out based on how the pigs performed, how these kids did in tests. But I think as a whole, the ones out here and ones back here in the pen, I think all represent just a really high quality, what a really high quality market hog ought to look like, as far as one that's going to be productive, one that's going to be fast growing, save you money in the barn, but then also when they go to market, ones that can be lean, profitable, and maximize total profitability for the producer. So I think within the single source portion, we won't actually pick a champion here on foot, just because that gets divvied up and decided later as cumulative scores with the interviews, I understand. So if we would, let's go ahead and put our hands together. Great accomplishment for the kids out here and the ones in the pen there.
Only navigated that, I think. Well, so I think maybe it's single source doesn't have a top 5 is what I'm hearing. I don't know. Good job, guys. Well done in the project. You go ahead and get on the mic and turn that. So nice. I did that. I would have had to place them at some point. It's like how
Okay, to help explain what's going on in the ring right now, we're going to go ahead and let these kids go back. We'll actually bring them back in a little bit because our champion in reserve and our whole top 5 is actually based off of in-class results as well as the scans we have already done. So we're going to calculate all that, bring the kids back later, and then we will know our top 5.
this is normal. Yeah, I would guess. We got barrow, and then we'll have to change it up to barrow. So we've got 1, 2, 3 classes, and then we'll name our champion barrow in reserve. And I'll find out. Well, what about the best parents?
announcement this morning. In the back of your program, you will find a Swine Premium Fund sponsors list. I encourage you to go check that out because there's a lot of great sponsors on that list that help make this show possible. I'm going to read through the Reserve Champion sponsors right now. Those are Libertyville Savings Bank, Keota Vet Clinic, Pioneer Griner Crop Services, QC Supply, Hills Bank, Brenneman Pork, Zoetis, and Beck's Seed. Again, there's a list of those in the back of your program that goes even further. I'll probably read through those later, but turn to that and check out those sponsors and thank those individuals for helping make this hog show possible.
Throw a rope over the thing and try to hang you there. You're fine. Yeah.
We have our first senior 4-H member in the show ring currently. He's wearing the gray polo, and that is Cooper Reed. So let's give a round of applause for our senior member in the show ring right now.
If you are wanting a little bit of bling from the Washington County Fair, there are two kinds of tumblers. There is a silver and a red, and it says Washington County Fair on them. Those are $10. There are also t-shirts available that start at $15. So if you are interested in supporting the Washington County Fair with any of these items, you can go over to the Mid-Prairie Boosters food booth, and they have those there. If they don't have what you want available, those can be ordered and they will be delivered to you.
We've got 4 representatives out here in the first class in the production barrows that will go ahead and these will go ahead and be our purple ribbon exhibitors. We'll come back and evaluate them here later. So just to kind of describe them, not in any particular order, young man driving the spotted barrow here, I think pound for pound is probably working as just much total product in this one. One that I think maybe his general kind reads maybe a little quicker in comparison to others. Don't see just the added frame and extension that guy, but for what he's got, working a lot of product. Still one that performed pretty respectable on test. I believe one of the better gaining ones out here. Young man driving the one along the ringside there. Definitely the biggest outline kind of a hog. I think that makes sense as you add up, and he's definitely the fastest growing one out here. Maybe one in comparison to some others where he's just a little bit heavier condition. One that's probably his ideal endpoint was maybe a few weeks ago, but a nice one. Nice job the young man's done there with this project. And we've got a pair of Duroc barrows out here. Young man driving one in here. I think probably has just a little bit more product, maybe a little bit more moderate in comparison to the young lady's Duroc. Like the amount of lean shape that one's got. Really good set of 4 here. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for the purple ribbon exhibitors.
I don't think I guess he's gonna the game you want to pin just put them in the pin. These are the purple and the glass and then yeah, I don't care.
Results from Class 1 production barrows. Receiving purple and going to be brought back later is Jack Griner, Emma Griner, Gavin Griner, and Cale Miller. Receiving blues in that class were Courtney Kalupa, again Courtney Kalupa, Cooper Reed, Isabel Reed, and Will Klein.
Okay, we get back into discussing the rest of the class, and I think young man brings one out. I think that you study this one, one that I think you'll like this one for its length of body, one that maybe just gets a little bit off in that behind that shoulder. Want to see that loin muscle just probably a little bit better developed up there. I think to make this one structure ideal, we need to make it just a little bit more comfortable out of that front end. But I really like just the length of body, the lean carcass that one's got on it. Young lady brings one out again. I think one that probably is maybe just a little bit behind on performance, but I think still so when you study this one that I don't think is overly fat. I think one that's appropriate from a composition standpoint. I think in comparison to others maybe just gives up a little bit of muscle and just overall product when you study that one down. Stop. Young man brings one out. I think, again, one that probably just doesn't have as much muscle. I don't know that perform maybe as well, but I think the bigger issue, you look at this one that's maybe just a little bit quicker couple. Don't see just the overall length of side this one's got. Want to give him just a shot more product there right on the top side of his skeleton, but a really good, just practical kind of hog to wind up there. Young lady brings one out. Again, one that maybe just was a little bit behind on performance, but I think you study this one. I think one that's exceptionally lean. I think one that maybe just when you look at it doesn't hit you with as productive of a look as some others, a little bit tighter through that rib, tighter through that flank, doesn't have quite as much muscle. And young lady that rounds out the class, again, it's just kind of a practical kind of a hog, one that fell behind a little bit on test, one that I still think is just a really good fundamental from a conformation and composition standpoint. Just need to see that one with a little bit more product, but a good class. Really like the top end down there, but let's go ahead and put our hands together for those exhibitors.
We got that straightened out. It's pretty tough for to split up. It's like, well, hell, can we keep them all? How are we doing this morning? Well, I'd be better. I liked it when we were in first place. They won last night? So did we win 2 out of 3? Oh, as long as we keep winning 2 out of 3. Good, good. Do you like the banners?
we'll keep making progress here. I think obviously that it's getting a little bit more humid, or at least I feel the humidity. I think the pigs feel a little bit too, so we'll keep things moving. I apologize for taking a little bit more time on this class, but I think when you've got ones that are so uniform from a game perspective, I think it takes a little bit more time to dive in and find the details and kind of sort the ones up that I prefer here today. We'll go ahead and keep these three out here. Will be the purple ribbon hogs. We'll go ahead and describe them a little bit individually. Young lady driving the Duroc, appearing one. I think one that from an outline perspective and a bigness of frame, I think we appreciate that one. I think one that's still for as late maturing as this one is, I think, still reads fairly lean. As much muscle and just total product. You work on the top side of this one's skeleton to be one that's getting a little bit tight out here, but still like that one for all the things it's got to offer. Similar things for the young lady driving this kind of blue hipped one. I think the longer this one's out there, he's getting a little bit more wore out, getting a little bit more strain, more upright through that blade. Still, though, I think when you study this one in comparison to some others, he's got as much as spread and loin muscle there. I think especially his advantage lies with the one there, just as far as having some added just hip and stifle shape. I like that one. I like the things about that one. Young lady, this one here, like just the overall practicality, a really sound, functional one. I think probably one that's held together as good as any of them out here for the purple ribbon pigs. I think to me maybe doesn't have quite as much as muscles as some others, but like just the overall practicality and easy feeding. Look, that one's got. Fourth one out. The young man's fourth place pig that left out there, a big outline, big, long-sided kind of a pig. Didn't have as much just overall width and product of some of these other with the purple ribbon hogs. Maybe gave up just a hair on gain, but still a really good, practical, profitable kind of pig to wind up at fourth. Young lady comes out here, I think similarly to maybe the fourth place hog, a big outline kind of an animal, one that I didn't see having just as much total muscle when you study that one through its hip and down there through its stifle, but a good, just kind of easy feeding hog to go and wind up at 5. Young lady brings out maybe as wide of a skeleton one as what we've got here in the initial dismissals here. I think when you study this one, maybe pound for pound's getting a little bit past its prime, maybe just a little heavier condition. One that still performed well, I just think maybe his best day was maybe a couple weeks ago. Young man brings one out here. I think one that gained respectably here. I think to me one that read just a little bit shorter sided, a little bit just lower fronted too. I think just probably just in terms of lateness and maturity, I didn't see just the added extension in this one. Maybe just want to give that one just a shot more just overall width and product here. A really long-sided, high cutability one comes out next. I really like the amount of muscle this one's got. To me, this one's front end's got to be adjusted. I realize that the barrow already made it to a heavy market weight. Still, though, I think just from a practicality and production standpoint, we need to be aware of where that one's front ends from a conformation standpoint is. Young man that comes out next, really just like this one from a composition standpoint, one that still reads fairly lean. It's got good frame size. To me, a little bit shorter sided. Didn't see just the overall width and muscle of some others. Maybe gave up just a hair on gain, but a good class. Let's go ahead and put our hands together. Nice job to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2 production barrows. Receiving purple ribbons and returning in a minute. Alexa Huber, Marley Griner, and also Alexa Huber. Fourth place in a blue went to Tessa Bombay. Fifth place in a blue went to Kenzie Miller. Sixth place in a blue went to Tessa Bombay. Seventh place in a blue went to Colin Miller. Eighth place in a blue went to Kenzie Miller. And ninth place in a blue went to Colin Miller. If you're following along in your program, that's 9, 7, 4, purple, purple 5, purple 6, and 8.
that before I left. She said, good for you. I don't know what she said. You know, then we can see who really is. We should have that sometime. Looks like we'll bring in a whole bunch of pigs, and let's see who's in. The last one standing. Yes. Don't you think that'd be a good idea? Everybody brings in a few. Maybe 5 here. Like a production.
Again, apologize for taking a little extra time, but I think when the kids have put in the extra months of effort in getting these hogs to these weights, I want to make sure that I'm giving every kid due respect and making sure that their animals and their projects getting evaluated. I think of the three we've got out here, we've got some definitely some differences in types here. I think young man driving there on the far side, I think when you look at him, maybe he's got a little bit extra waist underneath, but I think you read the sticker on his side, it's over 3 pounds, which is really unfathomable when you think about it. I think that's probably one to maybe keep for the record book. But I think you're just a really good, fast-growing pig. I think it made a pretty logical sense to go ahead and deal with purple there. Young man driving driving along the fence. I think different than the one we just described. I like this one probably just from a composition standpoint. One that reads trimmer through that lower 1/3. I don't expect to see probably as much trim loss in that one. Like the amount of muscle shape and how fresh he is on the top side of his skeleton. Young man driving the spotted one that actually gives up quite a few, or maybe a 3 or 4 tenths in comparison to those other ones. But I think in relation to the rest out here, I think one that holds together from a skeleton standpoint, one that we like just from the sheer amount of product and muscle he's working in him. I think one that still gains a 265 combined with still being that lean and comfortable out here. I think makes a pretty logical place to go ahead and deal a purple ribbon there. Congratulations to him. Told the young lady here, she comes in real close to be able to snag a purple, and I think the difference is this one maybe just doesn't have a class leading advantage that some of the other 3 did. Maybe just doesn't have the elite level gain we see at the top end. Maybe gives up some just some overall product and muscle comparison to some others, but a really good fundamental kind of a hog. Young lady did a really good job with that project there. Young lady that comes out next, again, a really long-sided, really high-performing kind of a pig, one that did exceptionally well on test. To me, in comparison to others, maybe now that we're giving up some game, but also starting to put a little bit extra fat down through the lower part of that skeleton. Just want to change that one, trim that one up a bit to make it a shot more ideal, but a really productive hog to wind up there. Young man comes out next, has the cutability advantage in my mind, and the one directly over it, a really long-bodied kind of a hog. I didn't see just as much as width and muscle shape and expression there through that ham and stifle. Want to make that one just a shot more comfortable as we get out here. With the skeleton advantage and just overall rib and practicality through that center cavity comes out next. Young man does a really wide, productive kind of a barrel. Didn't see just the overall length and just product, and just probably growth and lean cutout that we have in the ones immediately above it. Want to give that one just a shot more just overall muscle and dimension when you study that one from behind. Young lady that comes out next, I think one that's probably just got a little bit extra cover on it for me. Want to make it just a little bit more practical, a little more mobile out here if we're going to call it ideal. One that's probably just given up just a shot just in terms of muscle to fat ratio there. The young man that comes out next, probably the highest cutability, the leanest one in the class, but with that comes a less practical look. One that gets a little bit tighter, a little flatter through that rib. You see just a little bit more muscle in that one, but a good class. Let's go and put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Okay, so we're up to top 5. How do you want to do this? Do you want to go ahead and rank them? And then
Results from Class 3 production barrows. Our purple ribbons coming back right now are Gavin Greiner, TJ Brenneman, and another entry by TJ Brenneman. 4th place in a blue to Tate Bombay. 5th place in a blue, Callie Huber. 6th place in a blue, Cale Miller. 7th place in a blue, Tate Bombay. 8th place in a blue, Callie Huber. And 9th place in a blue, Will Klein. We are now going to select our champion in reserve, and actually top 5 for production barrows. The champion trophy is sponsored by DeKalb Feeds with a cash award by KCTC. The reserve champion trophy sponsored by Ron Carroll. And the top 5 cash awards are sponsored by Washington County Pork Producers, Ebert Painting, and Farmers Co-op. One quick announcement, we have a gentleman here with a journal taking photos. He would like the champion reserve to stop with him as they exit the ring for a quick picture. So if you are selected, please stop by with him and he would like to select your photo.
Okay, if you guys would all look at your show programs, or if you have it or whatnot, on the back page there's a list of those people that gave to our first year ever Swine Premium Fund. And it's a lot of sponsors there, and we've got some banners on the ones that really helped us out a bunch. There's a couple people that we got in late that also need to be up there on that wall, and we certainly appreciate it. But first, I'll go ahead and explain it, why we set it up and what we're thinking here. But could we put our hands together for those people that were great sponsors for us for this Premium Swine Fund? And they're going to be announced hopefully here through the day and recognized for their support of the youth in Washington County within the swine program. So one of the things that as we came up with this was that, you know, the other species forever in Washington County have always had the ability to take their livestock through the auction. And be it with terminal sires in the beginning, or terminal shows in the beginning, albeit not now, we never did have that within the hog deal. And I guess it was a thing that our group thought that if we could put together a little extra premium money for our swine exhibitors, certainly we know in our county that that's still the leading industry, and why should the other species be able to get a little extra money? And so we put this together, and thankfully all the generous donors gave to it. And so how it's going to be worked out is the pot stands at close to $12,000 right now. And quite honestly, we're going to leave that open for a week because we probably didn't reach out to everyone. If there's someone in the stands that says, hey, that's an awesome idea, I'd like to give $100 or $500 or another 1,000 or whatever it may be, you have another week to add to that fund. And then what we're going to do is just take the amount of exhibitors here at the county fair and just divide the pot evenly. So in other words, easy math, let's say we've got 10,050 exhibitors, every kid's going to get an extra $200. And while some people would say that the person talking on the microphone right now is one of the more competitive people and only cares about winners, I don't only care about winners, and yes, I do love competition and I do love winning. However, I do believe that every kid that comes in our county fairgrounds should be rewarded for the work and the effort that they put forth within their projects. And the businesses that have already stepped up, we appreciate that much for seeing that same thing. And one of the things that from the competitive side of things, then as well as we go through the show today, you'll see that we're making top fives. That we're currently working on the top 5 within the production. We've had top 5s within everything. Well, the part of those getting even a little extra money happens at that point. So we're not taking this out of the fact that winners are also certainly going to get a little extra money, and deservingly so, because if those kids work that much harder and that much more, they get a little more on top of it. So if you're one of the people that not only gave money to our Swine Premium Fund for every exhibitor, you know, that first year kid that stepped in the ring for the first time that was quiet and shy, he's going to get rewarded. That 9-year exhibitor that's been with us at Washington County their entire life, they're going to get a little bit of that fund and stuff. And so I think that part's really, really neat. But if you're also then one of those people that say, hey, I would like to give a little money to those that also won, by all means, get a hold of Amy at the Extension office, and we'll take your money there and add on to them top 5s within every division. If you're one of those people that in the past says, well, I'd like to give just to Joe or just to Susie because that family supports my business more. Totally get it. Go write them a personal check. Give them another $500, $1,000, $100, whatever you want to do. It's not just a limiting thing with the Swine Premium Fund that we have, and yet everyone's going to be able to get some money out of this, and I think that's a pretty awesome deal. So, you know, one of those things that when we talk about show rings, and I'm a show judge myself, and I'll probably get a little more long-winded here right now because when I'm judging shows, I'm so excited to name those champions, and my speeches aren't as good. But I will say this, the one thing that I want everyone to realize is that I do think no matter what species you are exhibiting, the show ring right now is the most important that it ever has been. These kids out here today, their grandparents, many of you watching in the ring, if you were grandparents that showed livestock, obviously you knew how to have work and a schedule and push yourself to be really, really good. But your contemporaries or your counterparts at that age bracket, they were still really good in terms of having that work ethic to have jobs and pay taxes and be great Americans. These kids out here, their parents, my age, those that showed livestock, Certainly we had an advantage in terms of what the show ring brought to us, and yet at that time I still think those that weren't part of the show ring still had the ability to learn how to work and drive and determination and competition that it takes to be a successful person. And now the kids that are in the ring now, more than ever, will set themselves apart from their contemporaries, no doubt in my mind, because this is the last year of all of my kids ever going to show here at Washington County. And it's true that the product that we have raised in our kids is the most important product, and I know I'm labeling kids as product, I don't care, but it's a comparison between the products that we have in terms of if you're a grain producer or you're a livestock producer, the most important product that you will ever make or raise is your children. And so those kids that are in this ring and working, putting the time and effort in at home, are the ones that are going to set themselves apart from their contemporaries that don't show livestock more now than any generation before them. Because those other kids that are sitting at home on their phones and everything else and not learning the work it takes and the extra hours that it takes, one thing I'll tell you that I've always told my kids is luck is hard work earned. There's really no such thing as luck winning a hog show. It's how much work you put into it, and then you earn that ability to be lucky and win at a hog show. And so I do think it's so important that these sponsors recognize the quality of kids that we have here and the ability for them to give them just that little extra money that might help with feed cost or might help with coming to town with the gas monies running back and forth in this. And I think that's a pretty awesome deal. So one more time, put our hands together for those people that's contributed to our Swine Premium Fund.
we worked through and finalized this competitive barrow, competitive production barrow drive out here. Obviously, got several hogs getting fairly warm. I apologize for taking some time here. I think we've got 3 out here that all remain ones that I think are really setting the standard for the show, whether it be for gain, whether it be for lean muscle shape, or maybe the combination of both. I think we've got really some exceptional ones. I think if you had to have a finisher full of any of these, I think you could certainly stand a chance to be pretty profitable. I think of that, I think there's some subtle differences between the 2, or between the 3 remaining out here. The one that I think best combines total gain, one that from a phenotypic standpoint looks like he's still been very productive on feed, one that still reads with a higher degree of leanness. Young man standing there on the far side will go ahead and be your champion barrel. I think when we get to the remaining 2 out here, I think we've got completely opposite ends of the spectrum. We've got a young lady here who's got one that's incredibly heavy muscle, one that's obviously is really lean and high, really has the advantage from a composition standpoint. But when we get down to it, gives up almost a pound or a half a pound of gain per day. I think in my mind that's an advantage that's too difficult to overcome. Young man standing here with us will be a reserve. Young lady, you'll be 3rd overall. Congratulations.
Now we got gilts, right? Yep. We gotta be snappy. This picture like breaking down in 2 minutes time.
Your champion production barrow was TJ Brenneman. TJ also was your reserve. 3rd was Marley Griner. 4th, Gavin Griner. And 5th, Alexa Hubert. So let's get another round of applause for your top 5 production barrows. Now entering the ring is our first class of our production gilts.
I'm out of water.
I'll take care of that.
Okay. And our judge back there might need a water. You need water? Okay. It's free today.
Oh, God, I hope so.
Okay, how many in this class? Was there a champion overall champion production year overall production? Yeah.
As it warms up today, you might be getting thirsty. Around the ring, there are several coolers with free water in them. Anyone is welcome to grab one of those, and that is sponsored by Zoetis. So go ahead and grab a water whenever you need one.
What happened to
I just wanted to take notice of our banners back here on the Swine Premium Fund. These are the sponsors that gave us $1,000 or more, and we appreciate their sponsorship. Also, if you'll notice the white banner, these are if anybody gave to the swine department, it's on this banner right here, and at any level from up to 249 to 250 to 500, and then 500 to 1,000. So we really, if you could put all your hands together, appreciate these sponsors. We really appreciate them. Thank you very much.
They're out in the crowd. No, that's yeah. Yeah, 'cause I think he's gonna. Well, there's 3 classes. I wonder if we want to put the purples back in the top.
We're gonna do the same thing we did for this last year.
Yeah, we probably will pin them all then. Do you think it should start rolling the next class? Class 2? First call, class 2. purples here, yep.
We've got 3 remaining out here that we'll go ahead and invite on back later, but I think 3 that in general, just to generalize about the group, I think ones that have been acceptable in terms of gain. I think they're ones that probably at least are towards the upper end within respect to their contemporaries as far as gain goes. But I think importantly, these are the ones that probably read to me with the most total product. They're the ones that read the most compositionally correct in an already fairly lean class, but it also, just in terms of functionality standpoint and a practicality standpoint, are the ones that remain the most comfortable out here in terms of their skeleton. And as they continue to get heavier, I imagine could bear the extra weight as we finish them out. Young man comes out here next. I think just in terms of general type, I think fits the top 3 extremely well. Extremely lean, high cutability kind of a gilt. I think in comparison to those others, doesn't just get out and move and probably function as well off that hind end as some others. If I can make that change, I think it gets quite a bit more competitive towards that top end. Bigger outline kind of a gilt, without a doubt in my mind, the latest maturing one. I think this one's got a really high ceiling as far as where she can get to before she starts to become inefficient or non-productive as far as putting on lean gain. I think in comparison to the ones above her, without having to really decide an advantage in terms of average daily gain, gives up some just total skeletal width and muscle comparison to those, but we like how big outline and late maturing that one is. Young lady brings out a Duroc gilt here next. I think it actually within the class is probably as wide skeleton, as most productive through her center skeleton. I think obviously everyone can see she's dealing with a little bit of an injury. I think as we get up and continue to put heavy weight on that one, it becomes a little bit more problematic in my mind, but a really heavy muscle, really productive, good growing kind of a gilt to wind up there. We can go and drop the 7 and 8 out, then I think we've got 2 gilts that read fairly similar in their type and kind. I think both ones that are late maturing, ones that still read with some leanness, I guess in comparison to the remainders out here, don't have the added performance on test, coupled with the fact that they give up some product and muscle comparatively, but a good set of picks. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Yeah, they are. And the tag says 2005. Why don't we do the second time today? Like a record. What's supposed to be this? We need to show us back home to have a 207.
Results from Class 1 production gilts. Our 3 purple ribbons were Marley Griner, Jack Griner, and also Marley Griner. 4th place in a blue went to Jack Griner. Fifth place in a blue went to Courtney Kalupa. Sixth place in a blue to Emma Greiner. Seventh place in a blue to Cooper Reed. In eighth grade in a blue, Courtney Kalupa. Now coming into the ring is Class 2 production gilts.
Could be 7.
left out here. We'll go ahead and invite the young man standing in front of me and the two red gilts will be our purple ribbon pigs. We'll go ahead and invite them back. I guess for me, they're the ones that put the best tandem together as far as equating that structural correctness, having some added muscle, having some leanness, and then still doing it and performing very efficiently and very productively while on test. Young lady gilt that's going to wind up in 4. I guess for me, from a gain perspective, is still one of the class leaders. For a gilt, though, in comparison to the rest out here where we've got a really high percentage lean class, this was probably given up as most from a confirmation standpoint. I want to trim that lower 1/3 up on that gilt, but a really productive, fast-growing one, but still has some product. Just need to make her a little bit leaner. Young man comes out next. He's definitely got the lean advantage in comparison to the young lady that precedes him. To me, this one's a bigger outline gilt. Really like the amount of muscle this one's working up top. Gives up maybe just a hair just a little bit from performance. Also want to just give that one more muscle when you get in behind it. One doesn't have just a ton of just shape and dimension when you study up through his ham and stifle. Change that about him. I think we can push that one on up the line. Young lady brings a really big outline gilt. I think maybe as late maturing as one we've got out here. To me, this one needs to be wider in terms of its skeleton. I think that, just having that lack of width of skeleton and that productivity through that center, I think equates to being just a 1/10 or 2 behind on gain comparatively. A young man that rounds out the class here, really lean, high productive gilt, probably has as good of a lean shape and it's a lean advantage in the class. To me, that also equates with still practical body type. Don't see just the overall growth, the overall just practicality through that center skeleton, but a good class. Let's go and put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Overall derby or just champion gilt, champion barrow, and then that's... There's an overall derby pig. Okay.
But it'll just be the champion reserve.
Yeah, 4 pigs out here.
Results from Class 2 production gilts. Receiving purples, Emma Greiner, Tate Bombay, and TJ Brenneman. 4th place in a blue went to Kenzie Miller. 5th place in a blue went to Kale Miller. 6th place in a blue, Alexa Huber. And 7th place in a blue went to Will Klein. If you're following in your program, that's purple, 6, 7, 5, 4, purple, purple. Another group we need to thank today is the Swine Alumni Squad. Most of them are standing around the ring wearing the orange shirts. Some are not, but they are our group running panels, running gates, making sure pigs are where they need to be at the right time. So let's get a round of applause for those kids that have come back and are still helping Washington Swine. another announcement we have this morning. Our show all day long is being live streamed thanks to KCTC. So if you have any family or friends or anyone that wants to tune in that can't be here today, that link is on the front of your program. So go ahead and share that. That's a great addition. We've kept going here from last year. So go ahead and share that with your family. And then the videos are also posted afterwards on YouTube, which I've heard is a great thing to go back and watch with the exhibitors that showed today. So thanks to KCTC for those services.
Got three out here that we'll go ahead and invite back. And I think comparison to the contemporaries and the ones that we've got put in the pins, I think these are the ones that best combine growth, best combine muscle, but most importantly, as we get into these heavier gilts, they're the ones that have remained leaner and more compositionally correct. They're ones that, especially for a gilt where we expect them to be a little bit more efficient to a little heavier weight, these are the ones that I think do it best and have done so very productively with a good amount of lean shape and muscle. Brings one out in 4 that I think matches some of those top 3 from a growth and muscle standpoint. In my mind, this one starts to push the limit as far as one that maybe give up a tenth or 2 on gain, but also started to put a little bit extra fat down to that lower 1/3. I think we can trim that one up. I think it becomes a little bit more close, maybe push that one on up the line. Young man comes out next, real long-bodied kind of a gilt, one that I think's got the lean shape advantage maybe over the one that comes out in 4. To me, this one gives up maybe as much gain as any in the class. Want to fix it right in behind that blade, just develop that loin muscle just a little bit differently, but a really long-bodied, high cutability one that comes out there. Similar things can be said for the one young man that comes out next. Want to fix that one in behind his shoulder, really high cutability gilt. To me, I didn't read as much as overall muscle and turn and shape when you study that one through its hip and stifle, but a good high cutability one to go and wind up there. Young man comes out here, one that maybe just gives up some skeletal width compared to some others. Didn't see just probably overall length of body and just overall productivity. Gives up some gain in comparison to the contemporaries on up the line. Young lady that comes out here, one of the higher performing ones. Still though, as I said, a gilt that gets plenty heavy condition. Want to just trim that one up, especially as we get up to these heavy weights. But a good class. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Results from Class 3 production gilts. Our purple ribbons coming back right now are Alexa Huber, Tate Bombay, and Callie Huber. 4th place in a blue, TJ Brenneman. 5th place in a blue, Tessa Bombay. 6th place in a blue, Callie Huber. 7th place in a blue, Colin Miller. And 8th place in a blue, Tessa Bombay. So if you're following along in your program, that's 7, 5, 6 purple, 8, 4 purple, purple.
Situation where Tanny had a tail to grab. I'm supposed we got this on live broadcast. A little bit more interesting.
We are now going to select our champion, reserve, and top 5 for production gilts. The champion trophy is sponsored by Derek and Jalissa Bombay with a cash award by Mike Hammond family. The reserve trophy is sponsored by Cody and Chelsea Branstead. And the top 5 cash prizes are sponsored by, in memory of Robert L. Bonner, Washington Ag Supply, Washington State Bank, and United Animal Health. Following our selection of the overall production champion, we will be having production and single source showmanship. There's just 2 age groups for that. The first age group is 4th through 7th grade, and the second age group will be 8th through 12th grade. And that's following the overall selection.
When do you get the single source champion? They just walk in because it's all interviews. Yeah. So showmanship and then the kids after that. And then our next one is showmanship.
go ahead and put our hands together. Really a competitive competition here for the Gilt Show. Let's go ahead and congratulate these kids on all their effort. We got top 3 out here. I think ones that maybe vary a little bit different in where their advantages lie. We've got the young lady there driving the red gilt. The one's maybe the most modern in her makeup, but also is the one that's probably the most pulled apart in terms of her skeletal width. Like the amount of muscle that one's got. Maybe gives up a little bit on gain comparatively out here, but I like how much product she's got. Young man over here on this far side, like how much lean shape this one's got. From a skeletal width standpoint, I want to just widen that one out a little bit, but I like the lightness and maturity, the amount of muscle that one's got. And the young lady driving the white one, maybe the combination one as far as having some frame size, being comfortable out here, still having some overall product. I think that's the one that, combined with her 288 gain, really holds some big advantages out here. Young lady will go ahead and driving the white one will go ahead and be your champion. Young lady driving the little one out here will go ahead and be your reserve.
Nice job. Congrats.
Your champion production gilt went to Callie Huber, and your reserve, Emma Griner. We are now going to keep those 2 gilts out and bring back our 2 production barrow champions and pick an overall production hog champion. That champion trophy is sponsored by Washington County Pork Producers, and the reserve is also sponsored by Washington County Pork Producers. And another reminder, as those champions leave here in a minute, the journal would like photos, so he will find you at your pens or somewhere as you exit the ring to take those photos.
No, that's fine.
Now entering the ring are our champion and reserve production barrows, both exhibited by TJ Brenneman, and our production gilt champion exhibited by Callie Huber and reserved by Emma Griner. And we are selecting our overall production hog champion and reserve.
There you go. You're welcome.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together. A really nice champion drive here for these kids, and really good job done in their efforts all year long. I think it's been enjoyable to be able to come through and sort the show. I think we've got 4 representatives out here that I think really just exemplify what kind of lean gain and productivity can be, and I think we've got some that are no doubt setting an industry standard in terms of average daily gain, and I think that's really exciting. I think this whole Derby and production show offers a really great educational component. I think it really teaches kids about what commercial pork production can look like, and I think just to echo some of Shane's comments earlier, I think regardless of where these kids end up, I think we can probably all bank on they're all going to be pretty good advocates for the pork industry. I'll go ahead and we sit there and we compare what the champions and reserves came out of each division. I think there's ones that the ones in my mind that surface, and in terms of ones that have some leanness, did so efficiently, and have some muscularity to them. I think the 2 that do it the best, young man's champion, young man's barrow will be your champion, young lady, your gilt's going to be reserve. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, your overall production champion went to TJ Brenneman, and reserve to Callie Huber.
Need to make another announcement because nobody's coming. Can walk. Yeah, tell them what grades now.
Attention bar, final call, single swords for production, senior showmanship, which is 8th through 12th grade members. Final call, single swords for production, showmanship, 8th through 12th grade members.
Is there 2 barn lights? Just barn light. What's that light for? This is second one. Oh.
Now in the ring, we have senior showmanship, production, and single source. The trophy for this showmanship is sponsored by Bruce and Leanne Watson.
Okay, so whoever names that belongs. Has there been notification? Okay.
We get 5 really good senior level showmanship out here, and I think we've got people that are all, 5 4-H'ers that are all knowledgeable of the industry, and you can tell they've all spent some time with their projects. I guess, we think about in the context of what animal handling needs to be like with regards to commercial production. I think all of these exhibitors do a very good job. In my mind, there's a couple that remain really collected, have really kept a good demeanor all day long, not just in this particular drive. Also, I think it just goes to show how well their hogs are handling out here. The champion in reserve, in my mind, is going to be a young lady over here, will be your champion. Young man driving the blue back barrel here will go ahead and be your reserve.
Congratulations, your champion production showmanship winner was Alexa Huber, and your reserve was Blake Peck.
Oh, that's right, you got junior. I was going to tell everybody to thank you. I forgot about that. You know, in hindsight, bringing the one that was in heat probably wasn't the best showmanship. Hindsight. Yeah, learning opportunity.
Put that in fine print.
Now entering the ring is junior single source in production showmanship.
this will be the last time I grab the mic, so congratulate the kids out here and everybody who participated in this morning's production show. I think it's been really good. I've enjoyed it. I've been very appreciative, been asked back again to be able to sort this. I think there's a lot of educational pieces to be gained here. I think, within context of the junior showmanship out here, I think we've got a few individuals that surface in my mind, the ones that have done a good job out here, but have also just continued their, a good animal handling and been able to show their animals to the best of their ability all day long. The two that surface in my mind, young lady driving the red gilt will be your champion. Young lady driving the red hipped one here will be your reserve.
Got a whip, huh? That's all she said.
Congratulations, your champion production showmanship junior was Emma Greiner. And your reserve was Tessa Bombay.
I want to thank Matt Road-Mosier for sorting the class today, and it's not easy being a judge, and there's lots of differences and all that, but let's give him a round of applause for doing it this morning. Thanks, Matt.
This time we need all single source exhibitors to come into the ring and line up. All single source swine exhibitors, come on in. Okay, we are now going to go over our top 5 single source commercial swine winners. This is both their show ring results this morning combined with their scan results and an interview. Okay, as I say your name, please step forward to receive your award. 5th place, Hallie Heistoffer. 4th place was a tie with Cale Miller and Nicholas Peck. 3rd place, Brennan McGuire. 2nd place, Blake Peck. In 1st place, another tie with Colin and Kenzie Miller. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give them one more round of applause as they exit. At this time, we need the top 5 production barrows on scan back to the ring, just the exhibitor, Those are TJ Brenneman, Tate Bombay, TJ Brenneman, Cale Miller, and Marley Griner. We also need the top 5 production gilt exhibitors on scan. That is TJ Brenneman, Alexa Huber, Callie Huber, Tate Bombay, and Emma Griner. We need you to the ring immediately, just the exhibitor. At this time, we are going to announce the top 5 overall production swine carcass winners. In the program, you can find the top 10 results for both gilts and barrows. We have awards for the top 2. 5th place, go ahead and step forward, TJ Brenneman. 4th place, Alexa Huber. 3rd, Tate Bombay. And 2nd, in your reserve, TJ Brenneman. And 1st place, in your champion production swine carcass scan, TJ Brenneman. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors. You may exit the ring.
Okay, we're going to start with home race.
If you are sitting ringside, we have called for our first class of the Market Barrow Show. They are on their way, but it will be 1 second. While we wait to get these barrows ready, we'd like to introduce our judge for today. Our judge is Brent Bullen. He comes to us from Sweet Springs, Missouri. He is a graduate of Iowa State University and is currently works at customer service for Heimer Hampshires. Let's give a warm Washington County welcome to Brent. first class that's about to enter the ring is our only class of home raised barrows. So we'll have a champion in reserve. Those awards are sponsored. The champion award is sponsored by Roger and Kathy Brenning. The reserve award is sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America, Alan Burkett, Brad Merrick. The top 5 barrows in this class then will be our top 5 home raised barrows. There's cash awards for them. Those are sponsored by United Animal Health, Jay Lamping, United Animal Health, Virgil Meyer, Washington Ag Supply, Lenz Show Cattle, Brian and Ben Lenz, and Fred Greiner Pioneer Seeds.
Are we in your way? Am I in your way?
One announcement we have, our senior 4-H members today showing in the ring are wearing gray polos. Those are sponsored by Whitloff Farm Supply. We currently have an exhibitor in the ring wearing one of those gray polos, which is Taylor Brenning of the Washington FFA. Let's get a round of applause for our senior member in the ring right now. If you're just joining us around the ring today for our market show, it is being live streamed thanks to KCTC. So if you have any family members or relatives, friends, whoever, who could not be here today but would like to watch, that link is in the front of the program. So share that out to anyone who would like to watch.
You can go all purples, or you can do 2 blues and the rest.
What
purple.
effect does it have on anything else?
Nothing. Because this is the championship drive.
That's
All purple. All purple.
Well, good morning here in Washington, Iowa, and I think we're starting out the show here with some immediate quality that comes to us, and we're going to try and hustle through these things as efficiently as possible and try and beat the heat today as it progresses on us. And I think these top 3 in this class reflect a lot of unique values, and to me, I do think there's one that probably combines the ones that are in 2 and 3, ones that's got enough back shape and spread up high, but yet when you get off to the side, portrays a nice image from the profile, yet still comes with some bone and some feature and some imagery in terms of its lines from the profile. The young lady there in the gray polo's got your class winner. Congratulations to her. 2 and 3 become a little close to me, and it's for different reasons. The young man's going to wind up falling in 2 today, and I really do think this barrow offers a complete kind of package. I don't want to say complete as ordinary because his balance and proportionality is very, very good. Compared to the one ahead of him, he gets a little rounder there to his loin edge. Not as much feature and intense bone work as the one ahead of him, but a very good structured, productive kind of market hog. Very nice pig to wind up in 2. Young lady's barrow coming out 3. No doubt more shape, more turn up high. Probably has just a notch more expression as he drives away from you too. I thought from the side he kind of fell into 3rd in terms of his balance and proportionality. Gets just a little tighter about his heart, a little steeper out of his rump, but a very nice barrow to wind up in 3. Young man's calico barrow coming out 4. Liked his length of spine, his comfort up front's very good. Thought compared to the 3 ahead of him, he gets more plain and stale there in his loin shape. Wants to get just a notch softer there in his center spine and ham loin as well, but a very nice barrow to wind up in 4. Young man's barrow coming out in 5, has some bone and some feature. I like his skull shape and his look up front. From his blade back, we've got to fix him in terms of his rib design. Up high, he gets a little flatter and plainer about his shape. Just need to power him up on the top side of his skeleton. Quite the opposite of the young lady's barrow coming next. His length of body and his moderation are very unique. With that, he needs to be just a shot leaner. Wants to get just a notch plainer from his top side down. Need to go and lean him up and give him just a notch more punch up high, but I like his width and his power that he resembles. Young lady's barrow coming out next. Very good structured, high-performing kind of a hog. Just got to have more substance and power to him to rival the ones ahead of him. Good class of market hogs. My compliments to those exhibitors.
We need a top 3.
I mean, 4 or 5 per class. I mean, some classes
Results from our home raised barrow class. First in your champion home raised barrow, Taylor Brenning. Second in your reserve, Gavin Greiner. Third in a purple, Emma Cole. Fourth in a purple, Hunter Siebel. Fifth in a purple, Chase Brunn. Sixth in a purple, Peyton Brunn. Seventh in a purple, Alex Pacha. And
But if they won the reweigh-in,
that's it.
Your choice.
But it was in the rule book last year, so we
Because they had to go across the scale anyway, so you're not
like them all. So anyway,
you had a choice.
There's 4 families that say, a good chance of getting knocked out. So, how many are you doing that? 15 times. You're gonna take that over there away? Yeah. We got skill.
Now in the ring, we have our first class of purchase barrows. We have 2 senior members in the ring we'd like to recognize at this time. Connor Shallop of the Riverside Ramblers and Phelan Hostetler of the Riverside Ramblers. Let's give a round of applause for our 2 senior members.
Nope, don't need to. Hey, it'll be Jamie, you, Shane, me.
We've been told there's another senior member out in the ring, Matt Colbert of the Highland FFA. Snuck by us, not wearing his gray polo, but let's give it up for Matt.
Throw the ones up and one come back. Then you can toss the ones that are out, and then, because that's the only time they need to be tossed. We don't need to.
Becker just hold the purple. Yeah, but I need to hit that one with the purple. I need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but otherwise hold it. Hey, Timmy, if you want to talk about it, they're going right back.
As we get into our first class of our next division here, we go ahead and keep 4 back out of this class to return here a little bit later. The 2 that we got at it, the 2 that we have left out here, I thought probably just kind of differed or kind of fell behind just in terms of their raw shape. To me, a pair of barrows that get plainer and flatter there in their loin edge, maybe not quite as attractive from the side or just as heavy duty or not just accompanied with a lot of the extras, but regardless, I still think a pair of barrows that are very functional in their skeleton, a pair of barrows that look like they've grown and performed very, very well. My compliments to those exhibitors. The 4 that we're going to bring back, I think, maybe just reflect a few more extras in terms of bone and power and muscle, but yet still couple that with a good build. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Okay, those are the purples, the 4. There you go. Bruce, did you see? Bruce? Did you see you have to rewrite on that? Well, it didn't make it. This is the one.
First call, class 3, British Barrow.
Hello? Yep. Okay. Okay. Got it.
Now in the ring, we have Class 2 purchase barrows. We have 2 senior exhibitors out there who we need to give recognition to. We have Ellie Anderson of the Highlanders and Bryce Greiner of the Dutch Creek Flyers. Let's get a round of applause for those 2 seniors in their gray polos. Results from Class 1 and a little explanation on how things are working in the ring today. In Class 1, there were 4 purples: Haley Brunn, Connor Shalla, also Connor Shalla, and Phelan Hotstetler. Those exhibitors are kept over there in pens. We're going to keep them over there to bring them back out here in a couple classes for contention. Receiving blue ribbons in that class were Brody Griner and Matt Colbert.
Three purples? Yep.
As we get into our next class here, we're going to go ahead and send 3 of these back and keep 3. Just real briefly, the young man's chromed up barrier here. Like his look and extension up front, shape and muscularity-wise is good up high. From his hip back, I take issue with him. He gets a little shorter and steeper out of his hip. Not just quite as athletic enough as what he needs to be going from there forward, but a very nice pick that's got muscle under control. Young man's belted bear coming next. This one, again, I think skeletally wise and balance wise is still very good compared to the ones ahead of him. He gets just plainer and flatter there in his muscle shape. Need to intensify him in terms of power. Young lady's calico bear has got a really big and productive center body laid into him. I thought compared to the ones that we kept, he got more just kind of generic about his look up front. Not quite as fresh and powerful in his back shape. Gets just a little off there in his ham loin and a little softer in his spine. The 3 that we kept, I think, resembled just a few more extras and have just a notch more power. My compliments to those kids on a good class of hogs.
Three purples.
Currently in the ring, we have another senior exhibitor. That is Olivia Merritt. So let's give her a round of applause.
we're going to send a pair of these back to the barn and keep 4 out of this class. Just real briefly, the young lady's red roan bear here right in front of me. I like his look and his freshness about his front 1/3. He's an immature kind of a pig, but from there back, I think he just needs to be intensified in terms of his power. Flattens there in at the base of his body cage. You need to give him just more width and spread down the top side of his skeleton to be able to stay in contention in this class. Young lady's belted bear coming next. I could tell this one probably had better days just ahead of him. He's just more timid and softer, just a little bit ouchy there on his front feet, but a really good pig that's got his rib shapes laid into him right, muscles right. Just got to go and be more athletic for me today. But my compliments to those kids on a good class of hogs.
Do you want them by class or?
Yeah, you can just start on that.
So you'll place these and then, okay.
Put it on place.
Yeah, yeah. Just start wherever you want to do it.
Currently in the ring, we are working on getting a top 5 purchase barrows selection from our purple winners from the previous classes. The champion purchase barrow will receive an award sponsored by Bazooka Farm Store. Our reserve champion purchase barrow will receive an award sponsored by Hog Slat. The top 5 will all receive a cash award, and those are sponsored by the following donors: Farmers Co-op, Keota and Ainsworth, Moe's Levy, and Integrity Builders. So thank you for those sponsors of those awards.
So the 11, so you want to start, when you start pinning them, and you put that one in 10, whichever one you put in 10, that will actually be 11. So, yeah.
I'll just put a 11.
Right. Yeah, right by the name, yeah. 'Cause you only had 2 blues, right? Or the pink blue. Got that one going.
If you are wanting a souvenir from the Washington County Fair or would like to financially support the Washington County Fair, there are tumblers available for sale. There are silver and red. Those are $10. There are t-shirts also that are starting at $15. Those can be purchased over at the Mid-Prairie Booster Food Booth. So if you're interested in supporting the Washington County Fair and raising some monies for improvements on the fairgrounds, the tumblers and t-shirts can be purchased at the Mid-Prairie Boosters Food Booth.
Awesome, awesome class we've got here. I guess the vision here, and I think when we do it this way, it just makes it very, very good. I think it makes it very deep and competitive, and I think the 11 that we've got out here all resemble very high quality market animals, and these kids have done a tremendous job. Outside of these 9 that we've got pinned, these 2 that are left out here are in a league of their own for this class, and I think both these bears are very, very different in their advantages. I think they contrast and differ in the right and wrong spots to go ahead and put them together and make one that's just unreal. But I do think these 2 are very, very close, and there's just one little thing probably on each of them I could adjust and make them just that much better, but regardless, 2 very, very high quality individuals. For me, I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's predominantly black bear to go ahead and win this class. And I guess with that, I'm more comfortable with the set and the flexibility that he's got out of his rear leg. You get on top of him, he's busted open up high. I love his skull and his ears and his look ahead of his blade. I'd like to raise him up in his front feet, make him a little taller shouldered, crack him open right there in his chest a little bit. But when she gets him put together on the side like that, that's a very, very good image with a pig that's got all kinds of bone, he's got power, and yet has a tremendous kind of running gear. First impression of the bear that's in second is substantially good. That's a very, very tall fronted bear, very fresh and stout still about his skull and his front end look. On top of his blade and on top of his skeleton, he is very, very busted open up high. From there back, to me, his color doesn't help him right here, but he's just a little short and just more hesitant at the drive. Wants to kind of tuck and duck under his rear leg. Just needs to grab with just a notch more athleticism. But regardless, I love this bear in terms of his power. He's busted open underneath. He proportions very, very good from the side. You know, maybe compared to the one ahead of him, even drop his heart and his underline just a little bit. But regardless, I think the way he's presented, his power and his proportionality all fits very, very good. Just needed just a notch higher gear and athleticism out of his rear leg. But regardless, a very high quality pair of bears to wind up in 1 and 2. Young man coming out in 3. I think from the side portrays a very good and proportional image. I love his rib cage and the spread he's got working down the top side of his skeleton. He gets a little flatter in his front feet, more hesitant at the drive. Not quite as exotic or unique looking ahead of his blade, but a very fundamental kind of bear, fundamental kind of a market hog that has a very good fresh look from the profile. Young man coming out in 4 did an awesome job sticking through the drive. He had to drive a long ways to go ahead and rival them once ahead of him. I think a bear to me that still reads very balanced and productive in his rib cage. Muscle and power is still checked in that box. When you get down to the surface on him, he too could be a little stronger there at his front feet. Just needs to have more bone and power. His front arm's not as big, rear foot's not as big. At the same time, he gets more generic ahead of his blade compared to the ones ahead of him, but a very nice bear to wind up in 4. Young Lady's Blue Bear is probably one of the more different ones in the drive, and I would have loved to see this one as a baby pig because I bet he was awfully fun to look at. Big legs, runs uphill, stout head. The balance and design is right from the profile. He's just got to put it together in a more functional package. He gets more rocked forward in his blade, not quite as square and true and has insecure in terms of his rear leg function, but a very unique, high quality kind of a bear to wind up next. Young Lady's bear here kind of just checks the boxes as being complete, sound, fundamental, not as just unique or expressive in terms of his shape and look from the side. And this image right here is more concerning to me. Just need to go ahead and square him up in his hawk shape, but a very nice bear to wind up there. Young Lady's Calico coming out, long-bodied, extended, just got to have more power. Need to freshen him up in terms of his shape and his look up front, but a very nice kind of bear to wind up there. Young Lady's Chromed Up Bear coming out next out of our first class. Man, this thing has a lot of very unique features about him. The head of his blade, his skull, his ears, his neck shape is all very, very unique. His front leg and his bone is awesome. In terms of his rib cage and his back, just got to make him better there. And then still, with that concern, I'd like to see him a little squarer from behind. Young Lady's Black Bear coming next. Lots of foot and bone and power coming here. Just needs to tie together a better image from the profile. He gets a little flatter and harder in his rib shape. Still need to be just a notch more powerful in terms of his back shape and width up high. But a nice bear there. Next two coming out I keep doing that. Next two coming out are much the same. I think pigs that have some length and some structural correctness to them. Just need to see him in a more balanced package. Young Ladies gets a little flatter in his rib cage. Young Ladies here just gets a little raw there in terms of his ham loin, a little flatter in his rib. But a very, very good class of market hogs. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Results from your top 5 market barrows purchased. First, Georgia Evans. Second, Bryn Young. Third, Braden Young. Fourth, Connor Shalla. Fifth, Kinley Holmes. We are now entering the ring is our champion in reserve, both home-raised barrow and purchased barrow. Your champion home-raised barrow is being shown by Taylor Brenning. The reserve is Gavin Greiner. Your champion purchased barrow, just one, Georgia Evans, and reserve, Bryn Young.
Well, if you would, let's go ahead and put your hands together for your champion exhibitors out here. I think a tremendous pair of market hogs that we've got to work with here directly, and I do think there's some differences between them, and I'm not going to tell you that they're the same kind of pig because they're not. I do think they've got very drastic differences and contrasting advantages with that. I do think there's one to me that probably just collects a better image in terms of being a powerful, stout, rugged-made one that's got a very usable hind leg. We talked about maybe fixing the front end of a skeleton a little bit, but regardless, I still think in terms of rib shape, power, and collecting a very good image from the profile, I still like our young lady's predominantly black bear to go ahead and win this division. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations, your grand champion market barrow was exhibited by Georgia Evans. We are now selecting your reserve.
Well, I think still a very close decision here for reserve. I do think there's one to me that just looks like he's harder to make. One that I love is proportionality in view from the side. He's short-backed, he's wide-backed, he's opened up underneath. Wish I could change his color pattern a little bit, maybe extend him out through his rump and make him just a notch more athletic in terms of his rear leg. But you talk about a boxy built square one that's got a really good look up front. Young lady that was second will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your reserve grand champion market barrow was exhibited by Bryn Young.
We go ahead and drop our third back in, and I do think this pair probably becomes a little easier for me. I think there's one that's got just more shape and expression down his back. I think from the side, a stouter noggin one that's got a really unique look up front. Maybe not just as good in terms of his center body or collected in his image from behind, but I think a very unique bear that's got a lot of good things going for him. Our young lady that won our home range division will be third. Congratulations. To me, this pair here for fourth, to me, gets to be just a notch closer than we probably had to begin with. I do think both these bears are very different. They're type and kind. To me, there's still one that looks like he was bred to have just a notch more just out there pieces to me. One that's a little heavier in terms of his structure, one that's more extended ahead of his blade and collects a very good image from the side. I'd like to fix him on his front feet, and he could get just a notch uncoordinated out of his hock. But regardless of that, I still think he brings an overwhelmingness amount of quality to the table. The young man here directly in front of me is going to be fourth. Congratulations. think for your 5th spot here, it gets very, very close, mostly because I think these barrows are very similar in their type and kind. I do think there are some subtle differences amongst the pair, but I do think, to me, there's one that, just in terms of being a fundamentally good, correct kind of a market hog, one that has a productive center rib laid into him, his balance and proportionality is good from the side, muscularity is good in terms of his back shape and power driving away. I think a very nice, complete kind of market hog that's just so good in terms of his skeleton. The young man here off to my right will be next. Congratulations.
Entering the ring now is our home raised market gilt class. This is our one and only class, so your winner will be your champion. That award is sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America, Alan Burkert and Brad Merrick. The reserve award is sponsored by Nick and Jane Shalla. The top 5 in this class will receive cash awards. Those donors are as follows: United Animal Health, Washington State Bank, Brett West, Enterprise Financial, DeKalb Feeds, Huber Feeds, and Joe Tiprockhorst. We've got another senior member in the show ring wearing the gray polos, which are sponsored by Whithoff Farm Supply, and our senior currently in the ring is Taylor Brenning.
I think a very interesting and challenging class, especially as we get to these top three, just because they come in different shapes and sizes, and that's all good. But I do think there's some very key differences here that get to be just a notch more tangled up as we try and compare amongst each other and try and figure out which one I'm the most comfortable with. To me, I do feel that there's one that combines heaviness of structure, combines look up front, be it on the stand, I'm sure build and skeleton and structure angles are right. Just one maybe that's just a notch more hesitant to the drive. I'm not gonna lie, I'd like to fix her in her blade shape up front. We need to set her back in her shoulder. But you talk about one that's got a very collected image from the side with a good look. And more importantly, amongst the trio, you get on top of her, she combines look and power. I like the young lady's chromed up gilt over here to be your class winner. Congratulations to her. I do think these next two are still very, very good. And I think it gets to be just a notch more challenging because I guess to me you've got to make a call as far as muscle. You know, what's enough in terms of a market hog at this weight. I do think there's one that probably just resembles just having a notch more power and raw shape. I'd like to fix this young lady's gilt right in front of me. She's going to wind up at 2. And I'd love to fix her just in terms of her look up front and just her hesitancy in terms of her rear leg. But the difference to me in 2 and 3 is as you step in right behind them, she sits down with substantially more foot and bone. She's got more back shape and power from blade to hip, leaves you with a very powerful and impressive image just in terms of feature and just raw shape and power. I like that one's. I like her a lot. In terms of that, I'd like to fix her in terms of her rib shape, but a very nice kind of a market hog to wind up into that has a lot of collective high quality images from all around. The young lady's gilt in 3 is honestly the one that probably gave me the most fits because I don't know what she is or what her purpose is, but man, I think I'd love to have this one for Sal. Her length of spine and her proportionality from that side are just phenomenal to me. I love her look and extension ahead of her blade. She's probably busted open just a notch more in terms of her sternum than the one that's right ahead of her, but to me this becomes the confusing image. She needs to be intensified in terms of her foot and bone, wants to get just a notch right there, wants to get just a notch on the edge in terms of her hock placement, but one in terms of her rib cage and proportionality is very, very good. Just like to see her in a little heavier duty package. Young man's calico gilt coming out next. Lots of foot and bone and just raw power. One that still has a pretty unique look up front. Probably to me just became just a little flatter there at the base of her rib. Not as fresh and youthful and attractive up front, but a very nice kind of a gilt to wind up in 4. Young man's dark cross coming out next is one that honestly, first impression, I thought would be very competitive. Just kind of ran into some heaters ahead of her. I like this one's just power and foot size and durability that she brings forth. I thought amongst the ones ahead of her got just a notch staler and plainer in terms of her back shape. Wants to wrinkle up there at her 10th just ever so slightly, but I think a gilt that brings a lot of positives to the table. Young lady's gilt that's going to round out our class is one that's got some length and some size and some volume in terms of her center body. Just need just more raw shape and power to rival the ones ahead of her. But my compliments to those kids on an awesome class of gilts.
Results from that class: your first place and also your champion home raised gilt was Riley Lobb. Second place in your reserve, Taylor Brenning. Third place, Georgia Evans. Fourth place, Hunter Siebel. Fifth place, Gavin Greiner. And sixth place, Haley Brunn. Now entering the ring is your first class of purchase gilts. There are 2 of these, and then we will be selecting your champion purchased gilt. around the ring today, you'll find coolers. In those coolers is water sponsored by Zoetis. That is free for anyone wanting a drink. So fans, exhibitors, parents, whoever, if you're thirsty, find one of those coolers, get a water, and a thank you to Zoetis for donating them.
We're going to go ahead and keep 3 out of this drive, and I think 3 gilts that probably just help probably better combine just practicality and being good built and yet still having the extras in terms of muscle and power and feature to go with it. The ones that we're going to send back, just a handful here that probably get to be just a notch too hard doing for me, ones that are too flat in terms of their rib. Young man's calico gilt here. Love her center body and the power that she brings forth. Just got to fix her in terms of her skeleton and look up front, but a very nice gilt to be coming back for that young man's project. Young man's blue gilt. Her proportionality and her lines are good from the side. You step in behind her, just got to see more foot and bone and power. Still need to square her up in her hock just ever so slightly. Young man's belted gilt to me just has plenty of shape and muscle to go with it. Just kind of gets out of whack in terms of balance and proportionality, but a gilt that's got the market hog fundamentals checked. Just need to fix her in her image from the side. Young lady's black gilt, like her shape and her power, just need to soften her down in her center rib. Young man's gilt on the fence there. Love her heaviness of structure and her feature. Just got to make her more aesthetically pleasing from the side. Wants to get just a notch off behind her shoulder, a little tighter and more rounded up their inner tenth and outer ham loin. But my compliments to those exhibitors on a good class of market gilts.
Results from that first class of purchased gilts. Receiving purple and staying out here for contention. Phelan Hostetler, Bryn Young, and Olivia Merritt. Receiving blues, Avery Johnston, Owen Ross, Cash Cole, Dakota Longbine, Connor Shalla, and Caleb Vasquez. Now in the ring is Class 2, our final class of purchased market gilts.
Gonna keep 3 out of this drive and send 2 back to the barn. And the young bandstand belted gilt here, I like her skeleton and her structure and her balance from the side. You get on top of her compared to the 3 that we're keeping back. She's flatter in terms of her body shape, not as expressive or powerful in terms of her muscle and her view from behind, but I think a very good design, very good built kind of a gilt. Just got to intensify her in terms of power and dimension to keep her up amongst this class. Young lady's red, kind of splashed up berry here, one that's got a really productive rib shape in him. Shape and expression is okay to me. He's not as aesthetically pleasing from the side. Wants to get just a notch thicker and plainer ahead of his blade. Need to go ahead and just make him just a notch fresher up high and down his spine, but a very nice class of gilts. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2 purchase gilts. Receiving purple ribbons, Carly Griner, Jack Griner, and Coy Sabaski. Receiving blue, Brody Griner, and Eliza Hoyle. We are now selecting our top 5 purchase gilts. The Champions Award is sponsored by A&N Fishback Acres. Reserve is sponsored by Merck Animal Health, Sean Griner. The top 5 will receive cash prizes. Those are sponsored by the following donors: Washington State Bank, Brian and Shannon Griner family, Hills Bank and Trust, JBS, and Don Lewis family.
Well, I think a very good division here in your market gilt show, and to be honest with you, I do think this division is kind of just a one-trick pony. I do think there's one that encompasses the heaviness of structure and unique pieces in terms of bonework and feature. Yet you study her in terms of her skeleton, she's still good built, has a very good attractive skull about her, and yet in terms of muscularity, one that's still very good in terms of her shape and powerful image as she drives away from you. The young lady here off to my right's driving your winner. Congratulations to her on a very nice kind of a market gilt. From there, it gets to be just a notch closer to me. I do think there's one to me that just reads like better livestock. I think there's one that's just more comfortable and organized in her skeletal build. I think her skeleton is built to handle just a notch more competition in terms of her mobility. I don't think she's quite as unique and youthful and fresh in terms of her front 1/3, but I think just good, comfortable, good build livestock that have a productive look about them. I like the young lady's gilt right here in front of me to wind up in 2, and I still think she's got more than enough muscle and power. I think just reads like a good built one that's more flawless in terms of her build and her image from the side. The young man's gilt that's going to wind up in 3 has no doubt just more out there and unique pieces. When you step in behind this one and you can see it from the side, this gilt's blade shape and width up high is unmatched. She is cracked open as wide as you can make one for a gilt this size. Lots of bone and power in terms of her skeleton. As you step off to the side, you can start to see her skeletal flaws. She's more rocked forward in terms of the angle to her shoulder. I like to just extend her front 1/3 out of her just a little bit more. She's more cresty and bunchy there about her neck shape. And from there back, I think she kind of fades out through her hip compared to the front part of her skeleton, but a very unique, powerful kind of gilt to wind up in 3. Young man's gilt coming out 4 is much like the one that we had in 2nd. I think just good, comfortable livestock. I think one that reflects a good kind of hog, one that's got shape and power, one that still has everything it needs to make a good market hog. To me, just probably becomes just a notch flatter in terms of the base of her rib cage. Didn't think she balanced and proportioned quite as well as the ones ahead of her, but a very nice, functional kind of gilt to wind up there. Young lady's gilt coming out next. I think one that in terms of having some shape and expression still certainly does. I think as you step off to the side, I think you can start to see that she probably comes to us in just a notch more pieces. She wants to run downhill in terms of her front skeleton, wants to get just a notch tighter and harder about her heart shape and forerib and underline, and then from there back, I'd like to go ahead and fix her in terms of the way her rear leg is designed. But I think a gilt that checks a lot of boxes in terms of market hog fundamentals. Young lady's gilt that's going to wind out our class, I think, is one that has a very unique look up front. She's tall fronted and extended ahead of her blade. Her length of spine and comfortability is good. I think honestly, she probably gets to be just a notch more ordinary in terms of her look. Wants to be just a notch plainer and flatter there in terms of her muscle. We're going to go ahead and intensify her just in terms of her shape, probably strengthen her up in terms of her spine as well. But a very nice classic gilts. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Results from your top 5 market gilts. Purchased. First place in your champion, Bryn Young. Second place in your reserve, Carly Greiner. Third place, Jack Greiner. Fourth place, Coy Sabaski. And fifth place, Phelan Hostetler. Now entering the ring is your overall champion market gilt. Entering the ring, your champion home race gilt was Riley Live, and reserve was Taylor Brenning. Your champion purchased, currently in the ring, Bryn Young, and your reserve on deck is Carly Greiner.
Okay, man, I get that.
Your Grand Champion Market Gilt Award is sponsored by Vidito Insurance, Don Vidito. Your Reserve Award is sponsored by Searin Swine Farms.
I think a tremendous pair of market gilts as we start to finalize your top 5 in this division. And I'll just go ahead and talk both of these real briefly in the differences that I see. The young lady that wins our first division here, I think, is one that honestly probably, aside from her color pattern, which I think is very, very unique and honestly just fun to look at, I think from there forward, I think that's a very tall fronted kind of a gilt that's got an awesome head shape on her, very tight about her throat latch and back in through her sternum. I think she's very good looking in terms of her front skeleton. Her lines draw back very, very good. Shape and muscle and width and power, all that's there. I'd like to layer back at her, I'd like to layer back in terms of her shoulder angle, but I think that's being pretty picky on a very unique, good-looking kind of a gilt. The young lady that wins our last division here, I think you talk about one that's just broad and dense and powerful in terms of her skeleton. You study from there up. She's got a stout noggin on her. She's opened up. When you step in behind her, I think she's got a very impressive view. She's squared her hip and down through her foot. You know, I think for a pig that size, her body shape still reads immature, and I think that's probably ideal. I think her body shape and her muscle pattern and her weight and her maturity pattern all fit together very, very well. I think she's got a very unique look from the side, and I still think she probably motors around just a little bit better than the other gilt that we've got to work with out here. I do think, to me, that she probably brings the most collective and the most high quality image in terms of all views. I think one that has a very, very unique and powerful and just high quality image. I like the young lady with our predominantly dark gilt right here in front of me to go ahead and win this. Congratulations to her. We go ahead and drop our second back in, and I do think that, like I said, in that class, I think she just resembles good, productive, practical livestock. With that said, I do think there's one that just brings forth more extras, one that looks like she's got just a notch higher quality image, one that's got just more out there pieces and still brings it together in a collective package. I like this young lady's gilt right here in front of me to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations, your Grand Champion Market Gilt was exhibited by Bryn Young, and your reserve was exhibited by Riley Lyde.
We go ahead and drop our reserve home-raised gilt back in, and I think it gets awfully interesting because I do think these gilts compare and contrast in their types and kinds. I do think this gilt that just came back in terms of just raw power and shape and expression in terms of having market hog fundamentals, I think has to become into contention immediately. I love her foot and bone and her power that she resembles from all angles. You know, as we talk, you know, maybe I'd like to pick her neck attachment up just a little bit, maybe spread her in terms of her lower body shape a little bit, but I think those disadvantages probably become more relevant to me in this drive because she just reflects a higher quality, more hard to make image from the profile. I like the young lady here in the gray polo to be next. Congratulations. Go ahead and drop our third place out of that class back in. And I remember that trio so well because I thought they were awfully good and have tons and tons of quality amongst them. And our gilt that comes back in, I love her proportionality and her balance from the side. Her skeleton in terms of her flexibility is so good. You know, maybe not quite as much bone and feature in terms of her front arm and her rear foot, but I think still a gilt that resembles a lot of quality. I like her next. Congratulations. ahead and drop our calico gilt back in, and obviously the heat's not phasing her. She's feeling good and froggy, and I think one that right there automatically becomes into a contender because she checks a lot of the boxes. Her shape and her power is good, foot and bone and all that stuff's right there. I question a little bit maybe just where her front end skeleton lies. Maybe gets just a notch more pitched forward or closed up there underneath. But I think when the young man gets a hold of her there and gets her a drove, I think one that balances very, very well, has a good look up front and draws a very good lines from their back. It still has tons and tons of power. To me, I think she's the next one that resembles a high quality package. I like the fast one on our calico to be next. Congratulations to her.
Second call, Purebred barrow, barrow. Second call, Purebred barrow. Class is about to end. Right, because the purple's come back. We can, okay, so since it's 1, 2, 3, what we'll do is we'll pin the ones you want to come back. And then, well, then you don't have to, you don't have to clap, you don't have to first second. You just pin the one you like, and then the rest, the ones out here, there'll be 3 classes. There'll be you're up, yours, up. Can I get a water? Oh, thank you. You're on. Oh, did you get the barrows yet? Good job. You know, my wife says that they can hear some of the microphones. But honey, you're still the best. She's number 2, but you're still the best. So shout out to my wife, Jenny Crawford, which she was the Grand Marshal for the Tropical Fun Day. She was, and I hope that's on the thing. Grand Marshal for Crawfordsville Fun Days, Jenny Crawford. And I hope you're watching, Jenny. Congratulations. Please watch. I'll get a text pretty quick. If she's watching. I drove. I'm honored to be in the seat next to you.
We've currently got a senior 4-H'er in the show ring. Olivia Merrick is wearing the gray polo. Let's get a round of applause for her.
a nice class of red bears here as we get started into your purebred division, and we're going to go ahead and keep 3 out of this class, and the 2 that we're going to send back, I think, probably just can be modified in a couple places. The young lady's bear that's going to go back, we need to make him just more elevated in terms of his type and kind. Go ahead and fix him out of the back of his shoulder and make him more just collected in his image from the side. But a pig that's got a very neat look up front is very good in terms of his skeleton. Young man's bear, that's going to go back to the barn as well. One that's got muscle and all that stuff checked in the boxes. So as you step off and steady him to the side, I want to modify him. He wants to get just a notch lower at the point of his shoulder, just a notch steeper and shorter out of his rump, and not quite as athletic in terms of his hock and foot placement, but a nice class of red bears. My compliments to these exhibitors.
Results from that purebred market hog Duroc class. Receiving purple ribbons, Cash Cole, Peyton Ford, Olivia Merrick. Receiving blues, Owen Ross, and Avery Johnson. Now entering the show ring is purebred market hogs Yorkshire.
We're going to go ahead and keep 2 out of this class, and the young man's that's going to go back. I think of a Yorkshire bear that's, being realistic, I think still has lots and lots of quality. I think in a class where there's probably just a couple that are more advanced and a couple spots or 2, I think his image and his lines from the side are very good. It's as you step in front and step in behind him where you probably take more issue with him. He's the flatter, narrow-made bear that gets to be just a notch more excessive in terms of his frame height compared to his muscle. I want to just crack him open underneath and in through his sternum, and as he drives away from him, to make him just a notch more competitive with those 2 ahead of him. But this young man does an awesome job getting him drove and presented. My compliments to those exhibitors as they head back to the barn.
Results from that purebred market hog Yorkshire class. Receiving purple ribbons, Bryce Griner and Jovi Evans. Receiving blue, Preston Ford. Now entering the ring is purebred market hogs all other breeds. Currently in the ring, we have purebred barrow hogs, all of the breeds, waiting on a few more. After that, we are going to select our champion purebred barrow hog. Following that, we will select our grand champion barrow hog overall. So if you're standing ringside and have one of the top 5 market barrows or gilts, you need to probably be making your way here.
We're going to keep a pair here and send a pair back. I'll just go ahead and talk to the pair of exhibitors that will be leaving us. I think the Young Man's Berkshire is one that looks like a very productive, good kind of market hog, one that's got some length of spine and some growth looking to him. To me, he's not as collected in his image from the side. Honestly, I think his length of body probably becomes just a shot excessive. I like to shorten him up, make him a little bolder out of the back of his blade, make him a little smoother as he transitions from his tenth and into his ham loin. Maybe just go ahead and intensify him in terms of his bone work as well to rival the 2 that we're going to keep. But I think a good kind of market hog that's got a good fresh look ahead of his blade, one that checks the boxes in terms of having shape and expression, especially for that breed. Young lady's spot bear that's going to be leaving us is no doubt within this drive the heaviest duty one that we've got to work with. He's big footed, heavy bone, has a very stout noggin on him. Just wish he was just a little bit more athletic and secure in terms of his skeleton. He wants to get just a notch cresty there about his front end. Want to go ahead and just lengthen his maturity pattern out, but a very nice class of purebreds. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Okay, what do you want? Pork burger, hamburger. Pork burger.
Currently in the ring, we are working on selecting our champion purebred barrow hogs, top 5, I believe. Our champion purebred barrow hog will receive a award sponsored by Larry Merrick. Reserve will receive an award in memory of Peggy Mikish Molichki. Excuse me. All top 5 will receive awards sponsored by JBS, Vidito Insurance, and Brenning Genetics.
Thank you, John.
Well, I think a very neat and honestly at times probably just a little challenging to come up with a logical lineup here in your purebred division. But as we get down to these top two, I do think that these two kind of separate themselves from the rest of the pack pretty easily to me. And I do think both these barrows offer a very high quality image, and I do think there's probably the one for me that just probably looks just more like a little bit like a man. I think one that's got just a little bit more of a front leg, he's got more rear bone. You get up on top of him, I think his body shape reads just a notch bolder. I think out of the back of his blade he holds a key advantage, and then back out through his hip I think he's just a little longer and more functional about his hip and hind leg. I'd like the young lady's Yorkshire Barrow to go ahead and win this. Congratulations to her. It's a very nice Yorkshire Barrow. Young lady's red's going to wind up in 2, and I love his freshness and his look ahead of his blade. From their back for a red one, shape and expression of power is good. I thought compared to the white one, maybe not quite as busted open or just powerful there in his lower skeleton. Maybe one that got just a notch steeper and shorter about his rump. Not as heavy duty in terms of his rear foot bone, but a very, very high quality red one to wind up in 2. Young man's red one coming out 3 is honestly probably one of the more unique, different looking red ones that you'll see. That is a very stout, powerful one, and one for this size. I'm probably just a little bit more apprehensive of what he really is. I mean, they are, like that thing is very, very heavy duty, very powerful. To me, I guess the biggest issue is, for his size, is he too mature and quick in his kind, or is he still on his way up? To me today, I thought he was probably just a little bit too quick and too mature about his crest. Want to just go ahead and freshen him up in terms of his hide and hair, but a very unique, high quality kind of red barrow to wind up in 3. The young lady's red barrow coming out next is one that in terms of his skeleton is just so good. So good in terms of his design and his view from the side, muscle and angulation and all that stuff's really good. Thought maybe he got just a notch plainer and wastier about his lower 1/3 and ahead of his blade. Maybe just like to freshen him up there. Go ahead and fix him right there at his ham loin just ever so slightly, but a very nice red barrow to wind up there. Young man's Tamworth coming out probably has the class advantage in terms of just raw back shape. He's very expressive down the top side of his skeleton. I thought from the side, thought he could use just a notch more heart and depth through his center cavity. Thought he could be just a fraction shorter bodied and intensified in his bone work. But yet one for the breed, I think, has a very good set of running gears. One that checks the boxes in terms of market hog fundamentals. Very nice kind of Tamworth barrow to wind up there. Young man's white barrow coming out next, I think, in terms of foot and bone and feature is very, very good. I love his skull shape and his in the shape to his skull. He's still fresh about his head. It's from there back up high where I probably took more issue. Thought he got to be just a notch higher about his chine. A little plainer out of the back side of his shoulder. From there back, I thought he got just a notch tighter and more wound up there about his ham loin, but a very nice Yorkshire barrow to wind up in 5. Young lady's Hereford coming out next. I think from the side offers a very good proportionate, very balanced image. One that for the breed is still built relatively well in terms of its comfort. As you can tell, the ones ahead of him, this one just needs to be more opened up and powerful to rival the ones. But yet, I think for the breed, a very high quality kind of a Hereford barrow. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Your top 5 purebred market hogs. First in your champion, Jovi Evans. Second in your reserve, Peyton Ford. Third, Cash Cole. Fourth, Olivia Merrick. And fifth, Peyton Ford. Now we will be selecting your grand overall market hog.
if you would, you guys, let's go ahead and give these 3 exhibitors a big round of applause for having a champion out here in your champion market on drive. I think all 3 of these exhibitors are doing an awesome job. All 3 of these hogs are presented very, very well. I'm not sure you can go anywhere in the country and have a set of 3 hogs that are presented any better than what these are. I do think, to me, for this drive, it comes down to a pair of these darker ones. I think there's some differences between them, and I think it's a very interesting pair of them because I think they've got some differing trade-offs here. I'll just go ahead and talk about them just real briefly. We go ahead and talk about our barrow. I think one that just has a huge hind leg and that is so functional in terms of his rear leg design. I love his skull and his ear set. We talked about maybe just wanting to raise him at the point of his shoulder and widen him underneath in his sternum. And I think out here, a key differential here is I think maybe one that just gets just a notch steeper and rounder, about his hip too. But I think that's partly why his rear leg is so functional and correct. It has the set, it has the athleticism to get out here and go. And then when she gets him off to the side, he's a good looking barrow that's very powerful from his shoulder back and in through his hip, one that leaves you with a tremendous view as well. The young lady's market gilt, I think, has a very fresh and youthful look about her skull, one that comes at you very wide, powerful. When you really think about it, study just how big that one's front leg is, and then go back through her rear skeleton and analyze just how heavy duty that one really is. I think it's tremendous. I think she draws back very good in terms of her top line power, very good out through her hip and hind leg. And we talked her there in her division, you know, maybe for one that's not 290 pounds, you know, she's not the chubbiest or the most blown apart there in her body shape, but I think all of that matches and correlates good. I think this one looks like she's still on her way up, one that I would imagine, at least if I had control of how this one's getting handled, I think one that looks like her better days are still coming, and one that's still right there today and certainly good enough for me. I think she's just a little taller at the point of her shoulder, and I prefer her angulation and slope through her hip just a notch better than your barrow. I like her gilt to be your champion. Congratulations.
Your grand champion, Margaret Hogg, was exhibited by Bryn Young. She will be receiving a belt buckle sponsored by Integrity Builders and a banner sponsored by Decal Feeds, Huber Feed, Joe Tabakhorst.
We go ahead and drop our reserve gilt in here, and we've talked to her twice now, and I just love her look ahead of her blade. I think as she draws back and stands off to the side, her proportionality and lines are so good. We talked about just fixing her in the angle to her shoulder, but I think that's a very high quality gilt in her own right. I do think, to me, the next logical place is the one that just needs to be used. I think in terms of feature and bone and power, yeah, we could fix him just a little bit off either end of his skeleton in terms of his view from the side, but one that's very good in terms of his rib cage, his back, his skeleton and flexibility is so functional. I like this young lady's barrow to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Your reserve champion, Margaret Hogg, was exhibited by Georgia Evans, and that banner is sponsored by Shane and Kathleen Brenning.
When it comes to third, I don't think it gets any easier out here. I think both of our dark crosses that we've got out here offer a ton of quality and probably just still have some differencing trade-offs. I do think there's one to me that if you could just modify this one's color pattern in the way his hips designed, you talk about a boxy build square one that his front 2/3 are about as good as you can make a one. I love his length and size of forearm and his sternum. He's very powerful and broad in terms of the center portion of his back. I like that young lady's crossbear to be next. Congratulations to her.
third overall market hog was exhibited by Bryn Young. That banner is sponsored by Brian and Shannon Griner family.
Well, nothing against our young ladies purebred out here, but I still think as we work into your fourth position, it comes down to the pair of dark exotics out here. And I think it gets just to be just a little closer to me. I think there's one that probably just offers a very high quality and unique image from the side. And then maybe one that in terms of functional skeleton is still very, very good. Just want to maybe intensify him in terms of his body shape and maybe his rear foot size compared to our gilt out here. But I think a very tremendous set of hogs that we've had so far. For fourth, I like the young ladies gilt. Congratulations to her.
Your fourth overall market hog was exhibited by Riley Live. That banner is sponsored by Giro Genetics.
As we round out our final spot here in our top five, I don't think it gets much closer between our pair of dark ones out here. I do think there's one to me that probably just hits me just a little harder in terms of having a huge foot and bone rear, in terms of her rear skeleton. I like her just raw shape and power that she possesses on the top side of her body. I'd like to maybe just fix her in her spot or two, but I still think she portrays the highest quality image of the three that we have out here. I'd like the young ladies market gilt to be next. Congratulations to her.
Your fifth overall market hog was exhibited by Bryn Young. That banner is sponsored by Integrity Builders.
That was Taylor. That was Taylor.
Correction, that hog belonged to Taylor Brenning.
Taylor had the barrows.
Okay.
Get a sandwich for me or what?
Right in there. 7 in this next class because Boy Sabaska, New Hampshire, is actually doing it. And then top 5. We're just pinning the purples, getting these out. It speeds up the sort.
Nice class of red gilts here as we get started into your purebred gilt show. We're going to go ahead and keep 4 out of this drive. The 3 that we're going to send back, I'll talk real briefly. Young man's gilt here right in front of me. I like this one's foot and bone up front. I think she's got a good look from the side. She's strong and level down the top side of her skeleton. You get to the center portion of her body cavity. That's where I probably take the most issue. Just want to give her just a softer, more pliable look. There's her center rib. Young man that's leaving the ring now, I like that one's just balance and design. Maybe got just a notch more open about her shoulder and outside on the corners, but a very nice kind of a gilt that's got a powerful image. Young man's bigger gilt that's going to be leaving us here. One that in terms of her skeleton and design is still very good. Maybe got just a notch more plainer, about her look up front. Not as expressive or just unique or high caliber in terms of her foot and bone from behind, but a very nice class of red gilts. My compliments to those exhibitors.
results from the Purebred Breeding Gilt Duroc class.
What about you?
The purples that are staying out here: Emma Cole, Riley Live, Jovi Evans, Parker Shalla. Receiving blues: Cash Cole, Braden Claw, and Coy Sabaski.
I think a very competitive and honestly very, very good class of spotted gilts, probably as deep and consistent a forehead that we probably had to work through. As you can tell for the breed, it doesn't take them just quite as long to run out of gas and get to be just a notch fussier. I felt like I kept probably two of the better built gilts that still had a tremendous amount of unique qualities. The two we're going to send back and be the young ladies here right in front of me. I think that one is without a doubt the heavier structured one that we've had to work with in this class. Lots of bone. Her proportionality as far as trying to make barrows and all that, I think to me reads like it's got a tremendous amount of value. I probably took more issue with this view right here as she comes right at you. She's very opened up. At the same time, I think it's probably to a more of an extreme point. Want to just pull her back to center and make her just a notch more comfortable in her skeleton, but a very unique, out there, high quality kind of a gilt. Young lady that's also going to be going back, I think, is one that's got a very good in terms of her skeleton. I think her image from the side is probably where I take more issue with her. She wants to get just a notch more open there about her elbow, flatten in terms of her forerib shape, and then more importantly, as you work from there back, wants to get just a notch deeper and round her out of her hip. But my compliments to those four spotted exhibitors on four very high caliber, high quality spot gilts.
The results of our spotted class, we have two that are staying back, receiving purples. That's Emma Cole and Peyton Ford. Receiving blues, we have Ellie Anderson and Peyton Braun. Next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our Yorkshire Purebred Breeding Gilt class.
we're going to go ahead and invite both of our young men to come back and participate in your champion purebred gilt drive. And I think just a pair of gilts that offer just more substance and volume and dimension through their center portion of the body. I think a pair of gilts that offer a tremendous amount of quality in their image from the side. The young lady's gilt, I think, has a very exotic look about her head and her neck. To me, I thought maybe one that just got to be just a notch more terminal in her appearance, one that in terms of her muscle shape and expression is very, very good. But as we progress from there down, one that just flattens in her body shape, it just gets too hard in terms of the center portion of her body. But a very high caliber set of Yorkshire gilts, my compliments to those kids.
Results from that purebred breeding gilt Yorkshire class. Receiving purple ribbons, Preston Ford and Mason Shalla. Receiving a blue, Jenna Waters.
Well, just a single entry, and our young lady is going to go ahead and get a free pass to come back for our champion purebred selection. But I don't want to say that in a negative mindset, because I think the Berkshire gilt that she brings for us today reflects a lot of high quality parts and pieces. Talk about one that's very fundamental and correct in terms of her skeleton, has a very good balanced image from the side. A very high caliber Berkshire gilt for that young lady. My compliments to her.
Currently in the ring, we're selecting our top 5 purebred breeding gilts. The champion purebred breeding gilt will receive an award sponsored by Waldridge Farms, Jerry and Mindy Driscoll. Reserve champion will receive an award sponsored by Waldridge Farms, Jerry and Mindy Driscoll. The top 5 will all receive cash prizes. Those are sponsored by donors Cody and Chelsea Branstead, JBS, Jim and Cheryl Hinckley, and Tad to Brockhorst. some more people we need to thank that make these shows possible, and they wouldn't be able to run without them. I mentioned earlier there's Swine alumni squads running around here in the orange t-shirts. There's a few of them not wearing them, just the younger kids around helping around the ring. We also need to thank our superintendents, Brian Becker, Ryan Giro, and Bruce Kaufman. We also have committee members Shane Brenning, Tim Merrick, Casey Peck, and Jamie Searing. Let's give it up for all those people that help make this show possible.
Well, I think just an absolutely tremendous set of purebred gilts that your young people have brought for us today, and I think these, these ones that we've got left are just tremendous. And I think we've sorted down to these top two, and I think it gets awfully fun and awfully interesting. I think both the gilts portray a vast amount of quality, and I think as individuals, both of these could probably be enhanced just in terms of their rear foot size just a little bit. And I think that's being pretty picky, but I guess you go ahead and get that outside of your mind that they can both stand to be just a notch heavier structure. I do think it becomes a little easier for me to land on one that surfaces. I think one that probably just transitions from her forearm in through her body shape and up through her head and her neck. I think from their back draws about as good of lines as you could ask for. Body shape and back related to her right. From the side, her rear leg angle is great. Her tail hair game is on point. I like the young man's Yorkshire gilt to go ahead and win. Congratulations to him on a very high caliber Yorkshire. Young lady's red gilt is no slouch, and from the side and your first impression is awfully good. I think she's so fresh and so good about her front 1/3. The center portion of her back is so blowed up and just right for her. I think her length of body and proportionality is very good. I thought maybe compared to the one ahead of her, she got just a notch deeper out of her rump. Maybe just wasn't quite as flexible and extended through her hock and down through her pastern, but a very high caliber red gilt to wind up in 2 no matter what. Young man's Yorkshire gilt in 3, I think without a doubt is probably the broad, dense one that we've got to drive again in this class. Very opened up in terms of her chest floor. The top side of her skeleton is as powerful as you can get one. And I think with that, it probably becomes a notch just more to her detriment. Wants to probably get just a notch more terminal in terms of her muscle shape. I like to just relax her and make her grab just a higher gear and let her go, but one that's got foot, bone, and power and still balances from the side awfully well. Front 1/3 of the young lady's red gilt coming next is awfully intriguing. Her skull shape and her color pattern and the way her crest ties into the top side of her shoulder is awfully good. Structurally wise, very functional and fundamental. I like to fix her out of the back of her blade. I want to just go ahead and bust her open all the way through her lower cavity as well, but a very nice gilt to wind up next. Young man's red gilt coming out next. Obviously one of the bigger, stouter ones that we've had to work through. I think she's probably showing just a notch more mature look about her head and about her front end. And I think really one that's got a tremendous amount of bone and power. Probably to me, I thought just a little more issue with her top line from the side. She wants to get just a notch more deviated there at her hemloin, notch softer in her spine, and I wish she had a more collected image from the profile, but a very high caliber red gilt to wind up there. Young lady spot gilt coming out next is one, again, I think from a length of shoulder standpoint and a view from the side is very good. Thought coming at you, she could be just a notch more busted open and still probably just a notch more athletic in terms of her rear joints. But from the side, I think one that resembles a lot of quality and attractiveness from the profile. Young lady's Berkshire gilt coming out next is again, I think, very fundamental and correct in terms of her skeleton. She's sound, she's comfortable, her rib shape reads right. Just want to crack her open off both ends of her skeleton, give her just a notch more shape and power and dimension working through the center portion of her cavity. Young man's red gilt coming out next is busted open in her chest floor. Want to just go ahead and fix her there in the way her blade and her forearm ties into her. Just go ahead and smoothen her up and make her more consistent in her movement, but a very high caliber red one nonetheless. Young lady spot gilt coming out next, very big up front. Want to just go ahead and fix her in the way she ties her skeleton together up front. Gets just a notch more open there on her forearm and her shoulder, and just a notch lower there up front, but a very high caliber spot gilt to wind up there. Congratulations to those exhibitors on an awesome class of purebred gilts.
Congratulations, your champion purebred breeding gilt went to Preston Ford, reserve Jovi Evans, 3rd overall Mason Shalla, 4th overall Riley Live, and 5th overall Parker Shalla. We are now going to select. We are now going to see our one commercial breeding gilt class. We will select the top 5 here. And your class winner will be your champion.
How you want them, and then, right, yeah. So put your 5 purples in, then resort them.
We're going to go ahead and rework your top 5 in your commercial class, but I do want to just go ahead and talk to the exhibitors that will be heading back to the barn. The young man's thin-belted gilt here right in front of me. I think a gilt that in terms of her skeleton and structure is very good. Probably just gets a little staler and plainer, give her just a notch more shape and woof out of the back of her blade. Young man's belted gilt here right in front of me, one that in terms of her center body and flesh and rib is very, very good. Probably gets just a notch plainer in terms of her look, maybe just a shot past the point of over-conditioned, but a very high caliber gilt in her own right. Young lady's gilt here right in front of me from the side. Her look and balance is good. Bone work's good. Out of the back of her blade and into her forerib just gets a notch flatter and nondescript. I'm going to go ahead and intensify her just in terms of her shape and in view as she drives away from you. Young lady's black-legged gilt, that's driving out the gate. One again, I think, in terms of her skeleton and length of body is very good. Maybe it just gets a notch tighter and harder there through her center body. Young man's hairy gilt on the far side, that's coming towards the gate now. One that in terms of power and bone is very, very good. Thought maybe she got just a notch more on the terminal side. Want to just go ahead and soften her down through her rib, maybe reduce the amount of power she's got as she drives away from you. But a tremendous class across as we go ahead and work your top 5.
Results from that class. Okay, results from that commercial breeding gilt class receiving purple ribbons and still in the ring showing for our top 5. Georgia Evans, Taylor Brenning, Peyton Ford, Ellie Anderson, and Kinley Holmes. Receiving blues in that class, Cash Cole, Emma Cole, Eliza Hoyle, Gavin Griner, and Braden Cloud. In the ring now, you might notice we have 2 exhibitors wearing those gray polos. Again, I've mentioned it a few times today, but those signify our senior members. Currently in the ring, we have Taylor Brenning of the Washington FFA and Ellie Anderson of the Highlanders. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Well, I think just a tremendous class here in your top 5 in your commercial show, and I'll be the first to tell you, 99.9% of my time I spend my time in the show ring world on your side of the fence. That's what I do for a living. I'm back there with a sprayer or a brush or out back in the back of the barn because I don't want to be up here because I'm nervous, and I understand that 100%. I do think this class of 5 that we've got out here gets very challenging to try and line up in a logical manner, because I do think there is just some composition differences, and I think you've kind of got to just take a step back and think which one looks the most real world, which one's the most natural, which one still looks like they've got all the unique and cool out there pieces but are still real world. Ones that don't got about 1.5 inches of fat, or ones that are maybe on the other side of that spectrum are just a little too raw yet. I do think that gets to be just a little challenging, and I think that all 5 of these you could easily make a justifiable case to go ahead and win your crosses. I do think it gets rather challenging, like I said, and I guess the more I come back to it, the one that just looks like they've got the most unique and hard to make pieces to me, ideally from a condition standpoint, this one's on the other end of the spectrum. She's probably just a shot raw yet, and I think she's probably getting just a notch more worked up at, as we've drove these things just a little longer. But I think one that resembles having a heavy-duty rear leg and a functional skeleton, but having a good balanced look from the side. And honestly, when you step in behind her, her spread up high and the top side of her skeleton is very, very good. I like the young lady's chromed up gilt on the far side of the ring to go ahead and win your class. I think just an outstanding kind of an individual. To me, 2 and 3 are still very, very close. And to me, the one that looks like just has the generating ability, one that's opened up and stout and powerful, has a big old noggin on her, still balances relatively good from the side. I thought maybe the young lady's belted gilt that's going to wind up into got just a notch more weaker there as she progresses back in through her ham loin. Maybe just swiveled out of her hip a little bit there, but I think her power and her silhouette and her design and balance and proportionality from the side is so good, and yet one that comes at you opened up, it looks like one to me that just looks like a generator. Young lady's calico gilt, fresh and very youthful. Her skull and her ears and her front end design is very, very good. I thought as we kind of progressed into the drive there, obviously got just a little more stagnant on us. I thought compared to the 2 ahead of her, just not quite the rear foot and bone that we've got ahead of them too. And I think most importantly to me, as that gilt started getting to be just a notch more cantankerous out here, if she doesn't have that thing's head just exactly right, she'll want to pitch downhill just a little bit up front. But I think a very, very high caliber gilt to wind up in 3 in a competitive class. Young lady's gilt coming out for first impression as well. This thing is very, very sappy and very, very full through her center rib. She's very, very thick and just dimensional everywhere you look at her. I thought she's probably crossed the threshold of being just a little over-conditioned to me. Wants to be just a little waisty up about her front 1/3. Then as you step in behind her and on top of her, not near just the shape and expression as what the ones ahead of her do, but a very, very high caliber gilt to wind up in 4th in a tough class. Honestly, the gilt that comes out in 5th still looks like a heck of a sow to me. I think one that's got a very stout noggin, a huge kind of a hip and rear leg. For the ones ahead of her, she's the flattest and most concaved in her chest floor, the flattest in her rib shape, but still has a tremendous amount of upside as she progresses towards becoming a sow and things like that. And I think one that still looks like she brings forth a tremendous amount of quality by compliments to those exhibitors on an awesome set of commercial gilts.
Results there from your commercial breeding gilt drive. Champion went to Georgia Evans. She is receiving an award sponsored by Merck Animal Health. Reserve went to Taylor Brenning. Her award was sponsored by Ed and Karen Schoppel. 3rd overall went to Peyton Ford. 4th overall went to Kinley Holmes. And 5th overall went to Ellie Anderson. All 5 of them will be receiving cash prizes that were available from donors. Those donors are Tad Tabracors, Brenning Genetics, Shane and Kathleen Brenning, and Murdo Farms.
So they're taking the first from the Pures and the first from the commercials and coming up with overall top 5.
Hi everyone, my name is Leah Merrick and I am the daughter of Tim and Heather Merrick and I'm the current 2021 Iowa Port Queen.
Hi, I'm Alexa Huber, the daughter of Joel and Laura Huber, and I am the Washington County Port Queen.
Hi guys, my name is Carmen Siren. I'm the daughter of Jason and Catherine Siren, and I am this year's 2021 Washington County Fair Queen.
Well, as we progress in here to your champion gilt, guys, you just go ahead and leave them sit there real quick. I think this show has been tremendous. From the outside looking in, being from Missouri and always hearing all the great things about Iowa, and more specifically about this county when it came to the competitiveness of this ring right here, that mindset and that stereotype is still very, very held true today as you step in and evaluate the stock that came. My hat's off to you guys as breeders, exhibitors, parents, grandparents, advisors. You guys have hit it out of the park on an awesome, awesome show. I do want to leave you with one thing. As you guys, if you know me and know what I do, I spend a lot of hours in a vehicle driving a day, checking on customers and helping them with their projects. And I guess with that, I've gotten to the point where I've started listening to audiobooks. And right now, my favorite audiobook is by Tim Grover. If you don't know who Tim Grover is, he's the guy who trained Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Dwayne Wade, all kinds of guys like that. And it's one of those things where by the time I got done with it, I could have a book full of quotes that I'd like to share, but I'm going to stick with one. And my favorite one right now is, people that have time for everything have time for nothing. And what that means is, if you consider giving out all of your time to 1,000 different things and not mastering 2 or 3 traits, you're essentially gaining nothing going forward in life. And then you think about that, and that means probably pretty true and holds a lot of value for the 90% of people that probably live in urban areas. Then you apply that quote to people who grew up in this barn, in this industry, and it kind of gets blown out of water. Because every year these kids prove that they can handle and conquer and perfect many, many skills, whether it be athletics or academics, and then after all those school activities, you know, whether you're still helping at your farm or any other chores that you might have on a daily, you're responsible for all these projects. So I think with that, I think without this industry, you can, I guess with that, with this industry, it has proven that the kids that have gone through it and developed themselves with it, with the work ethic and the time management and the dedication they have to have, that they can truly master a wide variety of things and perfect them and be very, very good to the best of their abilities. And I think it's awesome. I get to see it time and time again. Every year we graduate a new class and get a new class of showmen in, and it's just a whirlwind drive when you can see the progress and the development they've made, not just as showmen, but as just raising good humans. And I think this ring has been very, very crucial and instrumental for that, especially with the time. These kids are going to come out of this program and be light years ahead of the majority of kids as they go into college or their trade. So again, I think just something to think about. You know, a lot of times people try and make talent out of critiquing other people's talent. And I think the kids that grow up in this industry and this ring have got the best chance to grow up and not doing that, not being social media warriors, but being good, genuine human beings that can help each other. This program is centered around communityness, togetherness, and helping each other out. And without that, these kids, or I guess with that, these kids are positioned substantially better off in life. And I want to commend you parents and advisors and anyone that helps to remember that it's not just about the pigs. We're trying to make good people. And I think you guys have excelled at that very, very well. My hat's off to you. Congratulations to you guys. With that, down to the part that actually matters, I'm sure no one really listened to care what a Missouri hillbilly had to say about life, because I've got a long ways to go about learning about it. But regardless, I do think this pair of gilts is awfully, awfully high quality. And I think, obviously, when we start bringing pures against crosses, it becomes just a little bit more negotiable. And then I sit back here and think, you know, if I had control over one of these going forward and I was feeding one and managing one, which one would I really want to have? And I guess to me, the one whose couple issues I might take issue with, you know, however slight, marginal they are, I think are very manageable and fixable with their advancement going forward. And I think aside from that, the hard to do things, the skull, the skeleton, the look, and the proportionality are very, very good. I like that crossbred for champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your overall breeding gilt champion was Georgia Evans. She is receiving an award sponsored in memory of Robert L. Bonner and a belt buckle sponsored by Zoetis, Eric Greiner.
We go ahead and drop our reserve cross back in here, and I remember talking to her just briefly ago about how just out there pieces she's got. She's got a great big foot and rear leg. Her front arm and her chest and her width is awfully good up there. I love just her skull and just how powerful she reads up there. And yet as you step off to the side, she runs uphill. She's maybe not as fresh as the one that beat her, but I think one that looks like she's got true ability to contribute down the line and truly get better as she progresses in her growth curve as well. I think an awfully nice kind of individual to wind up reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve overall breeding gilt was Taylor Brenning, and her award was sponsored in memory of Robert L. Bonner and his children.
We go ahead and drop our third cross back in here, and I think this pair actually matches up very, very well. I'd like to change them both in the same spot, but with that, I still think there's one, regardless of color and size, one that's probably just as good fitted and presented that we've had today, one that's so fresh and youthful up front. She's better in her chest, floor, and power coming at you. I'd like to just raise her at the point of her shoulder a little bit, but regardless of that, I think that's a very high-quality animal. Young ladies, Calico Gilts next. Congratulations.
Your third overall breeding gilt goes to Peyton Ford. Her banner is sponsored by Integrity Buildings.
Go ahead and bring that next cross back in, and we talked about just how powerful and soft and pliable she is through the center portion of her body. Maybe it got just a little bit too much bark on her today for me, but I think certainly one, with the right management can have a very bright future in her upcoming show career, or as her potential sow power there goes, because I think her balance and design is so good from the side. With that said, I do think there's another one that came just a little bit earlier that for her breed is very, very high quality to me. I think one that's balanced and lines and looked up front, and like I said, her tail head is thick and she's got a luscious coat of hair on it. I like this Yorkshire for next. Congratulations.
Fourth overall goes to Preston Ford, and his banner is sponsored by Integrity Buildings.
As we go ahead and bring in that reserve purebred, our Duroc exhibitor here, I think we still have a very high quality gilt coming into contention. Honestly, this is probably the closest decision to me I've had to make for your overall gilt. I still think there's one to me that regardless of how she's conditioned today, I think breeds with a tremendous amount of quality. I love her lines and her silhouette. I like your young lady's cross to be next. Congratulations.
Fifth overall breeding gilt went to Kinley Holmes. That banner is sponsored by Integrity Buildings.
You don't do that, do you? Yeah, but we can hold them all. We pin them all, and then you can bring them out, and put them back in, and then you write on a piece of paper, or whatever you want to do, and then we'll let out your hand, and then you put that on, and you talk to them, so they don't have to be, No. Yeah. No. Nope. So. Then there's Showmanship. There's Top Gun, and those are people that have won before, and the Top Gun, there's Showmanship. Those are the ones that won before, and it's like the best of the best. They're only good three. I think that's two. Bring him. Tell him we're ready for bed.
Following the Pen of 3 class that we're working on getting up here currently, we will have showmanship. The order for that will go Top Gun, Senior, and Junior. Oh, I'll start over. Top Gun, Senior, Intermediate, and Junior.
champion trophy is sponsored by Nick and Janishala. Our reserve is sponsored by Fred Greiner, Pioneer Seeds. There are cash awards for the top 5 pens of 3, and the donors for that include Vidito Insurance Incorporated, Don Vidito, the agent, in memory of John E. Young, the former swine superintendent and Pure Board member, Mose Levy, Livestock Equipment Sales, Riverside Grain and Feed, and CBI Bank and Trust.
Well, here for your champion pin at 3, we're going to go ahead and start with the pin down here in the corner on the far side there. I think a pin that reflects very good market hog fundamentals, ones that are right in terms of their condition, and yet ones that still offer a tremendous amount of quality in their build and their imagery from the side. I think a very nice set of pin at 3 to go ahead and win this particular drive. Young man's pin at 3 over here to my right is going to wind up in 2. I think a very high caliber pin as well. I think ones that are very productive and basic in their build and yet still have some extras in terms of shape, very uniform in terms of their composition and muscularity, and yet still built right in terms of their skeleton and offer a good image from the side. Young man's pin 3 here directly in front of me is going to wind up in 3. And again, I think all 3 of these hogs are very productive and pliable through their center body. Maybe some composition differences between them, maybe some structural differences between them, but I think 3 very similar high caliber kind of hogs that all cover the fundamentals, just some differences in terms of shape and condition amongst the trio. The young ladies pin at 3 that's going to wind out our drive. I think pigs that have some growth and some performance and some length of skeleton to them, just not the sheer mass and shape and power as the 3 pins ahead of them. But my compliments to those exhibitors on an awesome pin show.
Results from the pen of 3 class. Champion went to Taylor Brenning. Your reserve was Gavin Greiner. 3rd overall, Connor Shala. And 4th overall, Courtney Kalupa. a reminder, new this year, we have the Swine Premium Fund sponsorships that Shane talked about earlier, where these sponsors have donated money that is going to be distributed equally to all swine exhibitors across the board, regardless of how they did today. Our reserve champion sponsors are our top ones: Libertyville Savings Bank, Kyoto Vet Clinic, Pioneer Grinder Crop Services, QC Supply, Hills Bank, Brenneman Pork, Zoetis, and Beck's. Again, just like Shane mentioned, there's still time to give to that. So if you're interested in that, go ahead and get a hold of them. Out in the ring currently, we have our Top Gun Showmanship. These are winners of any age group from any previous year. They get thrown in this category until they age up to the next category or they graduate out. So these two exhibitors have won previously their age group of showmanship, and we are showing for our Top Gun Showman.
Now, showmanship to me is probably just a little different gear than it is for the majority of the folks that step in and judge it. And to me, like I previously mentioned, I spend the majority of my time on the outside of the ring trying to be competitive for these families in the ring. And I think with that, a lot of times we probably just overemphasize the formalities of showing a pig, and we just got to get down to the nitty-gritty of getting them going, knowing what kind of pig you got as far as strengths and weaknesses, and emphasizing those to the best of your ability. At the end of the day, if you can show your pig that's good enough to win the show, that to me is the kind of style that you need to have for showmanship. Like I said, I don't quite worry so much about the formalities. I like them a little hot-wired. I like them geared fast. I like them aggressive. Maybe at times just a little aggressive on the whip, but honestly, at the same time, it's not affecting this young lady's gilt at all. Like the young lady here in the polo right next to me to be your champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your champion's Top Gun Showman was Ellie Anderson, and your reserve was Riley Live. Their awards were sponsored by KCTC, and the cash award was also given by KCTC. Now entering the show ring is our senior showmanship division,
I think your senior showmanship has been very, very competitive. We're not going to just take a whole lot of time here. We've already seen them a couple times today with their pigs and their abilities to get them shown. And like I previously said, my mindset on this particular drive is probably just a little different than the majority of them. I mean, I think it's more crucial to worry about the proper way to try and win the show when you're competing for the sale or whatever it be than just competing for showmanship formalities and just a couple little things. I think first impression was very, very big in this drive. Then I think secondly, just knowing the little things, like when the old boy steps in behind them, just let their head down and let them drive straight. Don't fight their head, don't stop them, just let them go free and easy for that particular view. Just some little things that ultimately dictate how a lot of the market hog or breeding guild shows go, and I think is one thing that's very, very important in your showmanship, especially when you get to this age bracket. So with that said, I do think there's a relatively easy winner for me, one that's aggressive and does everything right that you need to do to get over that hump to the next level. The young lady there in the gray is your champion. The young man young man in the gray is reserved. Congratulations to those two.
Congratulations, your champion senior showman was Taylor Brenning, and your reserve was Connor Shallow. Those awards are sponsored by 4-H Wood Products and DeKalb Feeds, Huber Feeds, Joe Tabackhorse, and 4-H Wood Products. Quick reminder for all exhibitors that may be standing around ringside or anyone that can hear me. The truck will be loaded Friday at 5 a.m. The truck will be loaded Friday at 5 a.m. Following that, any hogs leaving may leave from 6 to 8 a.m. or after the auction on Friday. So just some information. Another reminder, when you leave, your pens need to be cleaned out, and that all needs to be removed from the barn. So all wood shavings, manure, everything removed from the barn. Try to keep wires, zip ties, those sorts of things out of the wood shavings and in the trash, please. Currently in the show ring, we have our intermediate showmanship. This is our intermediate showmanship.
Well, without a doubt, a very challenging and competitive class of showmen we have here, and I think all 5 of these exhibitors do just a phenomenal job, and I truly mean that. And I think there's just a couple little differences that separate it. Like I aforementioned, I really like aggressive showmen. You know, maybe not just aggressive in the terms of overusing a whip, but aggressive in terms of their speed and their ability to shoot the gap and make passes that aren't covered. You know, if anything, do the one that's covering others up when you're making your pass. And I do think that there's probably a pair of them that did just a little bit better job of utilizing their time and making sure that when they did make a good pass, they weren't covered up or behind someone. With that said, I do think it was very challenging and very close, but I do like a pair of these to be your champion in reserve. Your young lady with your Durocs, your champion, young lady with your Yorkshire's reserve. Congratulations to those two.
Congratulations, your champion intermediate showman was Peyton Ford. Her awards were sponsored by Kennedy Insurance Agency, cash award by DeKalb Feeds, Huber Feed, Joe Tobacco Horse, and Prescription Feeds Incorporated. Your reserve was Jovi Evans, and her awards were sponsored by Giro Genetics, Ryan Giro, and Kennedy Insurance, Bob Kennedy. Now entering the ring is your junior showmanship.
Well, again, I think just another outstanding drive of showmen, and especially for the age group they're in, I think all of these young people do just a tremendous job. And, you know, honestly, I think their abilities are oversizing their age. because I do think that these kids could compete with the group ahead of them or whatever. I mean, I guess my point is I think they're very, very good. But with that, I do think that there's a pair of them that surface, and you know, I mean, everything I've said in the first two divisions, you know, there's a young person that came in and just flat out nailed it. First impression, not only in showmanship or the show is everything, but in life it's everything. And not only that, but after she's came in, she's continuously done circles around the rest of them as far as speed and hitting the gaps and hitting the holes. I think just an outstanding showman to go ahead and win this drive. And your reserve, I think, is one again that nailed the first impression. Maybe just not quite as, I guess, methodical as far as how to handle the gaps and handle the openings and split the gaps. But again, I think first impression, presentation, and just ability to get their pick shown has been awfully, awfully well. The young lady right here in front of me is going to be your champion. The young lady on the far side is going to be reserved. Congratulations to both those two. I think an outstanding set of showmen.
Congratulations, your champion junior showman was Georgia Evans. That award was sponsored by Kyoto Vet Clinic, cash award by DeKalb Feeds Division, Huber Feed, Joe Tabakhorse, and Cedar Family Farms. Reserve was Kinley Holmes. That was sponsored by Giro Genetics, Ryan Giro, and Kennedy Insurance, Bob Kennedy.
Thank everybody for coming today. You know, I want to thank the Swine Committee and all the people part of that for going out and getting the money, and thank you for all the donors. Special thanks for Brett Bolin coming up from Missouri, and you know, he did a great job. You know, in Missouri, we kind of make fun of them up here in Iowa, but they're a little slow. But actually, I thought he did a good job going through the show today, and I really appreciate it. So, thanks, Brett.
No,
I'm used to that.
You ever heard of old threshers?
Thank you, people. Very good.
Where they bring out the steam engines? Well, we call that Missouri's farm market. But there's Minnesota.